Good morning, everybody. We can get our meeting started, and I declare the meeting open. Before we get underway with our agenda, I would like to thank the Minister Lefteris Afganaki for his kind hospitality last night. In terms of the organization of the ceremony last night and hosting us for dinner afterwards and the dancing of some kind for some of us that tried to dance to how we think we had dancing previously. But it was a tremendous night. Thank you very much. Yeah. And of course, thank you to Spiros and his team at the Hellenic Olympic Committee for contributing to last night's excellent award ceremony and the banquet, I can safely say that word, as well as the entertainment from all of you as well. But thank you very much, Spiros, for controlling the weather as well, which was important. In terms of a couple of announcements, today is the last day for those who need to take a PCR test. The timing is before 12 o'clock, right across the road. The results from yesterday's test is available at the office behind us. You can get a printed copy. But after the session, you can get your results from the ANOC office at the hotel. The tests that were done this morning may be available later in the evening today, but check with the office at the hotel. We have a change in our program this morning due to a mix-up in terms of the timing. Tokyo will be starting 1 hour later in their presentation, so we will be starting with the Commission reports, the Culture and Education Commission first, followed by the Gender Equity Commission, and a bit later. And then, depending on the timing, we may continue with the ANOC commissions, but stop at the appropriate time to allow Tokyo to come online. Before we get underway with our program, can I give the floor to, here we are, the Secretary General of Congo, who would like to just say a few words before the meeting starts. Jean-Paul, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président du CIO, Monsieur le Président de l'ACNO, chers membres de la famille olympique, au nom du Président de notre Comité national olympique, qui s'est excusé de ne pouvoir être des nôtres pour des raisons indépendantes de sa volonté, et à mon nom personnel, je vous exprime du fond du cœur nos sentiments.
I would like to express my gratitude for this honor that has been extended to us. Now, not only I'd like to thank you for the honor paid to me, but also to my National Olympic Committee and to the sports world in Africa. And I would dedicate this to the General Secretaries of National Olympic Committees who day and night work not only for the benefit of their organizations, but for other organizations and structures which they are responsible for. I think that this decoration is an encouragement for them to continue to do more and to do whatever is in their power, whatever challenges that they may face. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you very much, Jean-Paul, and I fully agree with your comments about the hard-working Secretary Generals that keep the NOCs going together with the rest of the committee that they work with. And now we move on to the first item on the revised agenda and invite Stanislav, Chair of our Commission, to present his report.
Dear Mr. Mitchell, dear friends, dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to see you all healthy, safe, despite all in these challenging times. We are facing these difficulties with persistence and optimism. Also, the COVID-19 pandemic forced us to completely revise our plans. In December 2020, we met online and discussed the unique experience gained by entire Olympic family during pandemic and further joint action in the field of education and culture. This year, main focus of our work has been on different international master's programs in Olympic studies. I would like to start my report with a short review on existing ANOC scholarship programs and the survey conducted this year. ANOC has had a partnership with the Russian International Olympic University in Sochi since 2013 and with Seoul University since 2016. 58 students from 40 NOCs have become ANOC scholarship holders during these years. Sending the offer to the 206 NOCs, ANOC tries to avoid giving scholarship to the same country each year and also to ensure the gender balance. Unfortunately, only a small proportion of NOCs apply for scholarship. Ideally, each continent should recommend it one man and one woman. In December 2020, the Commission proposed to establish a questionnaire seeking information on NOC experience in the ANOC scholarship program. The developed questionnaire was sent out to all 40 NOCs which has applied for the scholarships all these years, at least one. The survey was completed by the end of summer 2021. The survey's results were analyzed and discussed at the Commission's meeting on the 21st of December this year. We would like to thank all NOCs who have responded to the questionnaire. The overall feedback was very positive. 17 NOCs from 25 which participated in the survey have applied for the scholarship more than once. The Russian Olympic University Master Program is preferred by NOCs due to the program length, which allows students to maintain their professional life during the course. According to NOCs, the Dream Together Master Program provides the possibility of being able to live a high-level academic experience directly related to the sport. NOCs share information about the ANOC scholarship opportunity with their NFs, as well as their physical education facilities by email and publishing on their NOC website. The results show that the scholarship holders successfully completed the program, can make a valuable contribution to the development of the sport. The majority of the former students are still related to the NOCs and national sport community. It enables the NOC and Fs to work more efficiently. Response highlighted then from a strategic point of view in the selection of candidates from NOC and Fs, administration is very beneficial for work of their organizations. The Commission believes that survey results are able to encourage NOC to actively participate in the ANOC scholarship programs and support young people aspiring to receive an education in Olympic studies. It also allows ANOC to ensure geographical rotation of scholarship recipients. Also, the Commission has suggested to set up an alumni network for scholarship holders of previous year's program. NOC strongly supported this idea. This alumni network will be able to strengthen the communication between the young specialists in exchange of experiences and knowledge. And also we suggested to organize webinars for them in the beginning of the next year. And now I would like to show you a short video with the students' feedback.
Hello everyone, my name is Ryan Brathwaite. I'm from the beautiful island of Barbados in the Caribbean.
Greetings, Bulavinaka and Namaste from Republic of Fiji. I am Vishal Anand.
Hello, I'm Evelyn from Germany and I was amongst the first students at the Russian International Olympic University in 2013.
Greetings from Sri Lanka. This is Sigo, working for National Olympic Committee of Sri Lanka.
Studying at the Russian International Olympic University, Rio, was one of the most rewarding and fulfilling experiences of my academic and sporting career to date.
We had the once-in-a-lifetime experience at the Olympic Games, experiencing the Olympic and Paralympic Games and getting an inside view.
Yeah, looking back to my Seoul National University experience, I would say this is a lifelong learning opportunity from the Asia's #1, and when I was studying, it was world #7 for sport-related university according to the QS ranking.
Things like organization of big sport events, good governance, sponsorship, finances, and sport systems in other countries.
So it was a great opportunity to learn different countries' culture and their sport structures, sports policies.
The governance structures of the International Olympic Committee, its ideals and values, and the manifestation of these ideals in the Olympic Games.
In addition to the theoretical concepts, the program also offered practical application through internship opportunities, which for me brought the theory to life.
My favorite part was getting to know students and teachers from all over the world.
I believe the strongest points in the Rio curriculum lies in its global approach to the study of sport administration.
And the environment of the Seoul National University is so amazing and beautiful because it's surrounded by the mountains. Now I am working at National Olympic Committee of Sri Lanka as a marketing and media manager.
At my current job at the Dance Sport Federation of Germany, organizing all things related to the youth dancers here in Germany.
Has uniquely positioned me to serve in a leading capacity, both locally and regionally, where I'm able to apply my learnings not only within the Olympic movement in my country, through working with my National Olympic Committee and Paralympic Committee, but in a regional capacity with the Commonwealth Games Federation.
To this program, I can only say go for it. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and I don't know if there's any other program where you can learn from so many different teachers and professors from all over the world.
Having the chance to be immersed in a foreign land with an Olympic legacy, to be exposed to the opportunity to collaborate, exchange, build lasting friendships, and be creative with university colleagues from among 15 diverse nations.
So that's a great opportunity for us to mingle with other National Olympic Committees or maybe other sport organizations to work closely and work easily.
Again, I thank the ANOC office and everyone who remains supportive, and I wish everyone well during this General Assembly.
This experience has also been made possible through the Association of National Olympic Committees, and I express my sincerest thanks and remain eternally grateful for their commendation and for creating a pathway to empower and to build future sport leaders. Thank you.
Besides that, the Commission has discussed the possibilities to improve the relationships between NOCs and ANOC scholarship holders, as well as other students who graduated from International Master's Program in Olympic Studies. The Commission recommends to give students more opportunity for internships within the NOCs and Fs, or to propose research topics for students' theses. At our meeting, we also discussed how to promote the information on Olympic Studies centers within NOC and how to encourage them to cooperate more closely with national Olympic centers and Olympic Studies program. On the slide, you can see two documents published by the Olympic Studies Center, where you can find all information regarding National Olympic Studies Centers and Olympic Studies program around the world. The Commission's members constantly share best practices between NOCs in terms of their experience in the implementation of educational and cultural projects. At the last meeting, the Commission members presented an overview of few online projects and pointed out that all NOCs should benefit to the maximum from the unique situation when there is just a few months period between the summer and winter Olympic Games in order to promote Olympic values, Olympic education and culture all over the world. Me and all Commission members hope the ANOC General Assembly will support our input with the proposal to enhance the NOC's cooperation and improvement in the Olympic education and culture all around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your report, Stanislav. Are there any questions from the floor? Any questions from our virtual attendees? No, I see no questions. Thank you very much for the work, and look forward to hearing more of the progress in the coming months. Thank you. Can I invite Prince Faisal, please, to present his report?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Acting President Robin Williams, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and friends from NOCs. I'm going to take a cue from Spiros and remind you that quick speech, more beach. So I'll try and live up to that. 2021 has seen good progress in the area of gender equity. For the first time, both female and male athletes were flag bearers at Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. 49% of competitors were female, and a series of mixed gender events were introduced to the Games with great success. It must be noted this progress is not yet realized across all continents, nor at all levels of sports. The effect of the pandemic has amplified social issues that have hindered both female athletes entering sport, continuing in sport, and achieving in sport. Support of the 2021 IWG conference, where ANOC will support one representative from each continent to participate in the conference, and the acting president has allowed all members, female members of the EC, to also be present. And the chair will also present the work that ANOC Equity Commission and Commission members will be there as active participants. The ANOC Executive Committee approved in Tokyo to align with the IOC's 30% board representation for the ANOC Executive Committee, which was voted on yesterday. That ensures a minimum of one female Executive Committee member for each continent. Collaboration with and the support of the IOC Women in Sports Commission Gender Equality Review Project. For 2022, the key focus areas are to assess the gaps among NOCs by continent against gender equality survey and make recommendations that provide support to NOCs to enable them to meet the recommendations. Want to issue a call of action for NOCs to submit best practice gender equity projects to be presented and discussed at the 2022 International Women's Group. And to create a women's leadership training program for middle and senior executives in NOCs. And lastly, to scope support for NOCs facing increasing societal issues due to the pandemic affecting sports participation. An overview for 2021. Oceania's Online had a continental resource for women leadership courses. We also had the creation of the OCA Women's Sports Development Strategy and Action Plan and recommendations. And the EOC Equity Commission recommended to adhere to the IOC's 30% representation quota was approved by the EOC Executive Board, and gender equity is to feature high in new EOC strategic plan. In Pan Am, sports webinars were hosted on advancing women in leadership, and there's increased women's board representation on ANOC, national federations, and coaches. And I'll be involved in the launch of the IOC Safe Sports webinar series, and as agreed with to participate in the 8th International Women's Group World Conference on Women in Sport. We appreciate all the support that NOCs have given to us on the issue of gender equity. We realize that there's still a lot of work to be done, but we're seeing progress. And I'm happy to say that having been here a number of times, I'm glad to see more and more women sitting in the rows in here than I had when I first presented here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prince Faisal, for the presentation and keeping to the advice from our NOC of Greece in terms of the theme for presentations. But are there questions on the presentation virtually or from the floor? (184) Chinese Taipei, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I was just wondering, do we have a women delegate attending this General Assembly as we did in 2017 in, I think it's in Czech. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, could you repeat the last part, please?
Yeah, the question is, I used to be a women delegate attending this General Assembly by representing Asia. To my knowledge, there is a delegate representing each continent in 2017. So I'm just wondering, do we have that kind of a women delegate representing their continent this time? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And you are right, ANOC has from 2004 invited 5 women delegates from each continent to participate in the ANOC General Assembly. However, this year, because of the restrictions in traveling and in space, we did not do that this year. But of course, for the coming meetings, we will continue with that process.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much, Prince Faisal. There's no questions from our NOCs attending virtually. And all the best in the World Conference next year in New Zealand. Our next presentation, if she's available, the Athletes Commission. Caro, are you ready to come online? Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon from Papua New Guinea, everyone. I apologize that I'm not able to be with you all in person. Of course, traveling in our region is a little bit difficult. Despite this, many of us around the world joined you all on YouTube watching the ANOC Athletes Awards last night. Congratulations to all of the athletes. Very fitting tribute to all those athlete performances. Since the last General Assembly, your Athletes Commission, and of course, each of our continental athletes associations have been quite busy despite the coronavirus pandemic. We've had numerous meetings and awareness sessions with athletes and with ourselves and with other athletes commissions. Well done to all of my colleagues who chair the Continental Athletes Commissions for stepping up despite the challenges. And thank you to all our Continental Presidents, Secretary Generals, and leaders for continuing to support the important work of the Athletes Commission. I'd also like to formally acknowledge and thank the previous leaders of the IOC Athletes Commission, Kirsty and Danka, who have now moved on into the next stage of their leadership careers. And we also welcome our new IOCAC chair, Emma, and her able deputy, Ryu. We look forward to continuing the good work, collaborating and representing athletes within the Olympic movement. And we acknowledge, as always, the tremendous support from the IOC Athletes Department, the Sports Department, and Olympic Solidarity, as we continue to build on a relationship that goes from strength to strength every year. We now also have open lines of communication to the WADA Athletes Commission, led by Ben Sanford, another great milestone as we all seek to work towards representing the best interests and welfare of athletes. Thanks also to Emily, Jan, and Andres from the ANOC Secretariat and our Executive Board, led by our Acting President and Secretary General. Since the last General Assembly in Doha, when we had presented Athletes Commission strategic objectives, we have been busy working on those objectives. And this paper is really a very high-level overview of our performance in that respect, and then looking forward. We had decided in Doha that we would look at different ways of solidifying positive working relationships and demonstrating support from each of the continental leaders for our continental ACs, looking at supporting continental athletes commissions with their forum resolutions from the respective athletes forums, and also reviewing the terms of reference for each continental athletes commission to ensure that they align with the approved guidelines for continental ACs. This was also done in consultation with the IOC Athletes Department. Peer also established amongst the Continental Athletes Commission chairs to enable sharing and peer support. And we also worked hard to support the IOC Athletes Commission in the implementation and adoption by all athletes commissions of the Athletes' Rights and Responsibilities Declaration, and also many other things. We have supported the creation and development and promotion of resources for NOC athletes commissions, and you can go onto the ANOC AC website to find resources for athletes commissions there. We also participated in the 2021 IOC AC meetings as continental liaisons, and also in the numerous IOC Global Athletes calls in preparation for Tokyo 2020. Most of us attended the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, and we engaged with competing athletes in different capacities, which enabled us to better understand the challenges that athletes have faced in 2021 and empowered us to give better input into the support of athletes for Beijing 2022 and beyond. We welcomed new members to our Athletes Commission, Aliane Pompey, the chair of the Pan Am AC, and also Mikako Kotani, the chair of the OCA Athletes Commission. And thank you to the previous chairs, Carlos Santiago and Koji Murifushi, for their support and contribution to the ANOC Athletes Commission in their capacity as previous chairs of those continental ACs. We wish them well in future. Key achievements: we completed 4 out of the 6 commission objectives announced at the Doha General Assembly. The one that I am most proud of or happy to have achieved is that every athletes commission has revised their terms of reference, and those revised TORs have been approved by the respective executive committees of each of the continents. Those TORs now align with IOC guidelines, ensuring athlete representation and staggered athletes commission elections for knowledge continuity. The new guidelines or the new TORs also ensure that the majority of leaders sitting on each continental athletes commission have come through an election process and therefore can be said to represent the athletes of those continents. Looking ahead, our focus areas can be summed into 2 points. Firstly, with the IOC-AC, to generate and develop an education tool for those athletes aiming for governance roles. So for example, if athletes wish to develop their leadership platforms and continue on to become board members within their NOCs and or within their sport. And secondly, to support those NOCs in the various continents who do not have an athletes commission to create one. And we will, of course, continue to work in partnership with the IOC-AC, especially with smaller nations, where it can often be difficult to constitute membership from within the Olympian family. So that is the end of my presentation, Mr. Chairman. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I heard something about the beach, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caro, for your report to the Assembly today. For our NOCs online, if you could indicate if you want to raise a question. Are there any questions from the floor? Can you see? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much, Caro. It was a very extensive report, and we'll see you back in Oceania at some stage this year. Thank you very much to you and your commission. Prince Faisal, we have a question online from Equatorial Guinea. Equatorial Guinea, can you ask your question, please?
Sí, buenos días, desde Malabo, Guinea Ecuatorial. Y en principio,
Unfortunately, we could not be with you, of course, because of force majeure. We would like to raise a question regarding women and sport. We have been working for a long time on promoting women and women in sport. The only Olympic medal was won by a woman. So we are really focusing on this issue. But we would like to know what can be done in order to get a prize for excellence, an award for excellence in sport for women. Thank you.
Okay. Is it working? Okay. All right, good. I don't think there is an international recognized awards for, there's only the IOC have a Women in Sports award, which they do every year. There is a continental distribution, and then there is a world leader, was it a prize for women in sport at the world leadership level. That is all that I am aware of that exists. But if you've had a lot of success in promoting women and you'd like to change or share that experience with us, then that will be something that as the ANOC Equity Commission would be very keen on doing, and maybe using your NOC as an example of best practices in supporting women. We know that from my own experience that promoting of women in sports has not been something that's been very high on people's agenda, and we have a lot of work to do. The IOC has done a lot of good progress. The games were now almost reaching equality, and we will do that in Paris. But we recognize that in technical officials, we're around 30%, and when we're looking at professional coaching, we're only about 10% of those are female. So we still have a long way to go, and we'd be happy to share that. But the only prizes I'm aware of is the IOC Women in Sports prize, and you can submit to that through the IOC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Equatorial Guinea and Prince Faisal. We're waiting on Tokyo to come online, so I've had no indication that they're ready to present. So we'll go on to the next Commission report and invite Dr. Chris Milne of... Sorry, is there an intervention? No. Invite Dr. Chris Milne of New Zealand to present on the Medical Commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's nice to be able to join you, albeit virtually, and really looking forward to being able to join you in person next year. You'll probably realise that our country has had some pretty strict rules with regard to people re-entering from trips overseas, with the requirement that we have 2 weeks in a managed isolation facility. Anyway, just to highlight a few things from my written report. Firstly, I'd just like to pay tribute to all the individuals and organisations who collaborated to make the 2020 Olympic and Paralympic Games such a success. I think the performances of the athletes did everybody proud and were a shining light amongst the gloom of this pandemic. Second point really is to move on and talk about the ANOC Disciplinary Committee. We had 2 anti-doping rule violations arising from the 2019 ANOC World Beach Games, and as a consequence, 2 separate hearings were held via Zoom in late 2020. And I'd just like to pay tribute to the advice offered by Mr. Mike Chambers, Chair of the ANOC Legal Commission, and also to Gustavo Herrada from the ANOC office for facilitating the process of those hearings. Just for your information, the members of the Disciplinary Commission were the following. So it was chaired by Professor Eduardo de Rose from Brazil, who will be familiar to many of you, ably assisted by Dr. Klaus Steinbach from Germany, who will be equally familiar to you, and Mr. Mark Thiessen, member of the ANOC Legal Commission from Luxembourg. So, and I think that really it was impressive the way we were able to facilitate this hearing with different time zones involved, just like it has been for this meeting we're involved with now. So moving on from the anti-doping issue to try and avoid future anti-doping rule violations, ANOC have quite sensibly set up an education plan, and this is an initiative in collaboration with WADA. The education is going to be targeted at athletes and their support personnel. And just highlighting another item from my written report, the World Olympian Study was a major publication in the British Journal of Sports Medicine earlier this year, with over 3,300 retired Olympians from 131 NOCs who competed between the 1948 edition in London and the 2018 edition in Pyeongchang. And of concern and interest was that almost 2/3 of those athletes had a significant injury during their Olympic career. So those are sobering figures, and we need to pay attention to that. Then moving on to, and for those of you who want access to that particular study, if you go to my written report, you'll find a link, and it's freely available courtesy of the editors of the British Journal of Sports Medicine. Then moving on, the WADA update, it's worth mentioning to all of you people that in 2022, WADA is changing the rules with regard to corticosteroid administration, and hitherto we here as team doctors have been able to administer corticosteroids to joints and tendon sheaths without too much of an issue, but from the 1st of January next year, a TUE is going to be required if that's going to be undertaken. And it's important to be aware that the washout period for substances like triamcinolone can be as long as 10 days prior to a sample being taken. So doctors need to be made well aware of that, and athletes also need to be made well aware of that. The ANOC Medical Commission met via Zoom in September of this year, and we were able to get through a fair bit of business and getting things sorted, obviously, in preparation for the IOC conference on injury prevention, which is due to take place in Monaco in November. And so there'll be some of our members will be able to attend that, and it's a wonderful opportunity to engage in the dialogue with the leading researchers and also the clinicians who are recognised leaders in their fields, and setting the agenda for better athlete care. Really, that's pretty much the end of my report. I'd just like to join my colleagues from the NOC in New Zealand and thank ANOC for their recognition of their wonderful efforts of our women's sevens team in Tokyo. They're an inspiring bunch of young women, and we hold them in very high esteem. I'm very happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Chris. Are there any questions from the floor on the role of the Medical Commission? Sorry? Nothing on the floor and none virtually. So thank you very much, Chris, for the report from the working of the ANOC Medical Commission. We're still a few minutes away from the Tokyo presentation, so I'll move on to agenda item on the social media, ANOC Digital Accelerator Program, and invite Gustavo Harada and Andres Santi to present, please.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. Dear members of the Executive Council, dear NOC representatives, dear invited guests. I'm Andres from the ANOC office, and together with Gustavo, we will present the report on the social media activations that we launched together this year within the framework of the ANOC Digital Accelerator Program. As mentioned yesterday by the chair of the ANOC Marketing Commission, Ms. Susan Lyons, we at the ANOC launched the ANOC Digital Accelerator program in June this year, aiming to promote more interaction among the NOCs and increase the digital engagements with people, which is one of the recommendations of IOC's Agenda 2020+5. In June this year, we made available the NOC social media dashboard, and we published the ANOC social media handbook in 3 languages. All these documents are available to all our NOC colleagues on our website under the Marketing Commission section within the document section of the website. In this section, we will publish a Tokyo 2020 social media report that we have developed together with our partners Red Torch, which analyzes how the NOCs have performed on 4 social media platforms, so Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. The performance was measured, or the periods were from 16th of July to 16th of August, and we have measured different metrics, and we have selected, we analyzed the NOCs by platform, by Continental Olympic Association, and we have put the NOCs in different groups depending on the number of Olympic athletes at the Tokyo 20 Olympic Games. For this purpose, each NOC was ranked and distributed in 5 different groups. During the analyzed period, the NOCs altogether have done more than 85,000 posts, and their videos were viewed more than 178 million times. More impressive is that the NOCs altogether gained more than 4.9 million followers across all 4 social media channels. To put this number into perspective, we tracked that during the month preceding the Games, the absolute follower growth of NOCs ranged between 92,000 and 170,000 per month. Considering that more than 175 million unique users access the Olympic web and app for Tokyo, we at ANOC believe that the NOCs have great potential to grow the total number of fans, which today is 34.3 million across all 4 social media platforms. Through the metrics, we have identified a positive correlation between follower growth and the NOCs with more Olympic athletes at the past Games. The 32 NOCs with more than 100 athletes at Tokyo gained altogether 3.5 million followers, which corresponds to 72% of the total growth. The 42 NOCs of the second group, which corresponds to the NOCs with 30 to 99 Olympic athletes, grew their followership by 895.6 thousand, which equates to 18%. In terms of follower growth rate, Instagram was the platform with the highest growth, as the NOCs grew by 65.4% in this platform, gaining 2.7 million new followers. The NOCs' Twitter accounts grew altogether 14%, and in Facebook accounts grew by 6.7%. We want to congratulate the NOC of Brazil, who gained during the analyzed 1-month period 855.6 thousand followers across the 4 platforms, which represents 17% of the total follower growth. Brazil also generated the greatest number of post engagements with 23.72 million. The NOC of Great Britain experienced the second highest growth with 303.6 thousand followers, and the United States gained 299.9 thousand followers and generated the second highest number of engagement with 23.70 million. 91% of the total growth of followership came, of course, during the Games, 8% during the week of the pre-Games period, and 1% during the post-Games period. However, we wanted to honor here today the NOCs that experience the highest growth rates in each platform and encourage all communication and social media teams in all NOCs to continue the great work. In Instagram, the NOC of India grew their followership by 1,053%, growing their Instagram followership from 7,000 before the Games to 82,000 after the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. In Facebook, the NOC of Malaysia grew the most, with 488%, incrementing the followership from 8,800 before the Games to 53,800 after the Games. In YouTube, the Games host nation became second, growing their channel subscribers by 214%, and the NOC of Uganda experienced the highest growth, who just had launched its YouTube platform, growing 6,304%. In Twitter, the Philippines grew by 306%, and Kazakhstan experienced the highest growth rate with 419. So I want to give a great applause to all NOCs that embraced and could grow their social media challenge with these impressive numbers. Listening to your numbers and perform social media listening is essential to understand who your audience is, how they engage with your content, and evaluate if your brand's social media strategy is working. The data insights available on business accounts of your social media platforms will help you understand how your content performs and if the calls to action on these posts are working. You might discover that more people are signing up to your newsletters with a carousel post rather than with a video post. The social media insights will reveal who your brand's target audience actually is, as they provide information about demographic and behavior of your followership. Therefore, instead of making assumptions, you will be able to create content that resonates with your audience. Some potential sponsors might even ask about the engagement rates of your posts, so it's important to know where to find them. Based on the numbers, you will be able to build and adapt your social strategy that can even help you taking strategic decisions, as the digital platforms are the present and the future. As an example, the engagement rates on our social media posts assisted us identifying the core program of the next ANOC World Beach Games editions. Taking a look on our example, we ranked the different sports of the 2019 ANOC World Beach Games according to the engagement rates their posts generated. For example, on Facebook, the post about beach karate and beach wrestling generated more engagement among our fans than posts about other sports. If we highlight the sports that have been selected to be part of the core program of the 23 and 25 editions, we can see that our decisions correspond to the sport that generated most post engagement and have a greater social media followership. Taking a look on the global picture across the three platforms, we can see that the similar picture is presented, and we selected some of the sports that had the strongest performances on our social media platforms. That's why I encourage everybody to take a look and embrace our ANOC social media dashboard, which is available online on our website. And we can confirm that together with our partners Red Torch, we have agreed that the updates will be monthly and will continue on for 2022. Data for TikTok will be included, listening to the feedback we received from several NOCs as they wish that these metrics should be included too in our dashboard. In any case, we welcome any feedback regarding new metrics that you wish to take on the dashboard, as we want to help you and assist the NOCs in tracking your performances across the other NOCs.
Good morning. So it's my part now. Thank you for everyone, and it's a pleasure to speak to you again. As Ms. Leon has spoken to you yesterday, After the feedback that we got from the questionnaire that was run last year and the need to invest more in digital development, we created the webinars. And this is the photo that we had, the last one, with the NOC of Guatemala. It was a very enriching exchange of experience between NOCs, and we were able to receive a very positive feedback from the participants. Here, I congratulate the NOC of Guatemala by President Gerardo Aguirre for the great performance. Your team is really, really capable. They did a fantastic job while in Tokyo, having only 2 people on the ground in Japan, but the team working back at the office, working during the night to deliver a fantastic job. This is just some examples of the feedback forms that we run after each of these meetings. So you can see that, for example, on this first one, it was a great experience to have gotten a chance to know more about other NOC successes, and I hope the NOC of Bhutan can reach the same someday. The webinar format is simple and really clear. It's very good to share ideas and good practice among NOCs. And from Uruguay, the social media webinars are very useful. They allow us to see other realities, to tear down old paradigms. Communication is changing rapidly, and we need to adapt. And the last one from Austria. Please share more details about new social media platforms like TikTok and Snapchat. We don't have these accounts at the moment, but we really would love to see how the others are doing so we can start. So for us, we are very happy with this kind of feedback. It shows that the initiative is working. There's always things to learn and to adapt. Just so you know, the format is very quick. It's a 1 hour only exchange. There's a 20-minute presentation followed by 40 minutes question and answers where they all open their camera and they really share their experiences very openly. And we are quite happy with the results so far. For thinking on how we can further help the NOCs on digital and social media, we're also thinking about how we can involve that on the beach games. So one idea that we have in place, there's still details to be determined, but instead of having a press attaché, our idea is to have a social media attaché from the delegations, giving more emphasis into this topic on a games environment. And so hopefully this can also allow more exchange of experiences. The idea is to run some nightly, quickly workshops to analyze the best performances of the day, which posts were more successful. They can ask questions, what it took to build this post, which software did they use to edit the videos, and things like that. One of the lessons learned from Tokyo is that many NOCs came to us and said, look, Gustavo, we are very keen on producing content for our social media, but we do not have access to quality photos, especially from the smaller NOCs that they cannot bring a photographer to the games. They run after the agencies to buy photos, but where many times those photos were not covered by these agencies, they were without option. So after analyzing this subject, ANOC decided to create this Beijing 2022 NOC photo program, which hopefully, if successful in Beijing, can continue for the next games, where ANOC will bring its own photographers to the games. And here we thank the IOC for giving us a photographer's quota to give this extra support. So we will start this in Beijing. We will open a subscription process. So if you are interested and if you do not have photographers going to Beijing, you can come to us and tell us. So we're going to build the schedule and we'll try to cover as much as possible. The idea is that from the photo position, the photo will be immediately brought up to the cloud. An outside editor will make the necessary adjustments to the photo, and they will be immediately made available to the NOCs to download and put them on their social media. So we have selected Innova Photo Agency. They have over 30 years of experiences, and for this project, we'll be taking 2 photographers and 1 editor will be working remotely to provide these services for the NOCs during games time. And with that, we conclude our presentation.
Thank you very much, Andreas and Gustavo. We'll hold the questions for the time being because Tokyo has come online. And Yokoso to our Japanese colleagues. I understand that Mrs. Seiko Hashimoto, the president, Toshiro Muto, the CEO, and Toru Kobayashi will be representing Tokyo's the organizing committee. And I invite the chair of the Coordination Commission, John Coates, to open this session.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President, and to our friends from Tokyo, President Seiko Hashimoto, CEO Toshiro Muto, Toru Kobayashi, who was head of NOC Services. I believe they're joining us. And of course, President Matsushita is here with us and received an award on behalf of his Olympic Committee last night. I can be brief in introducing this presentation by our friends from Tokyo, because yesterday you heard from firstly President Bach and then Acting President Robin Mitchell on the massive achievement of hosting the Games in a once-in-a-century global pandemic, and doing so amidst loud calls of cancellation. We've heard many of the strong messages about the success of Tokyo. Of course, first and foremost, the performance of the athletes, the fact that we had a record 93 National Olympic Committees winning medals. Susan Lyons talked about the increase in streaming at the Games and the digitalisation of the Games. And today we've heard of the impact the Games have had on increasing social media. So I can limit myself very much. I, though, would like to say on behalf of my Deputy Chairman Alex Gallardi and the other members of the Coordination Commission, what a great pleasure it was over the 8 years working with the team from Tokyo. It wasn't always easy, even before the pandemic. You remember that in introducing the Agenda 2020 new norm recommendations, we worked with the Tokyo Organising Committee to take $2.2 billion US out of the sports infrastructure budget, and we took another $1 billion US out of the operational budget. And these measures implementing Agenda 2020 and the new norm, they will be legacies that will carry over for the benefit of succeeding summer and winter Olympic hosts of the Games. You know that I think as early as 18 months before the Games were due to start, our President Thomas Bach said, "These are the best prepared Games ever." And I think it was the fact that all of the preliminary work had been done by our Tokyo friends that enabled us to then deal with the pandemic when it came, and they continued to prepare what were the best ever Games ever, even in that in those circumstances. So I want to today just limit myself to saying what a pleasure it was working with you, President Hashimoto, CEO Muto, and the others who played such an important role. President Mori will always be very dear to me and to the members of the organising committee. And so we thank you for that. We thank you for your contribution to the Games. History will determine Tokyo's place, but I'm sure it will always be a place amongst the great, be afforded a place amongst the great Games of all times. And finally, I just, in paying tribute to the organising committee, I'd also like to give a special commendation to the people of Japan. Just pause and think about it, because they hosted an Olympic Games they could not attend. And that is as gracious as one can be. We shouldn't forget that. And so I thank them very much. It's my pleasure now to conclude this introduction and pass over to you, President Hashimoto, and your team. Thank you, everyone.
May we start?
Yes, please. The floor is yours, Tokyo.
Thank you. I thank you very much. Acting President Michel, Secretary General Lindbergh, and friends from NOCs around the world. First, please allow me to express my sincere gratitude to you all for taking part in the Tokyo 2020 Games. Thanks to your support and your understanding of our COVID-19 countermeasures, we are able to overcome a very challenging situation and stage successful games. Thank you also for this opportunity to report to you in the presence of IOC President Bach. President Hashimoto cannot attend today due to another engagement. She sends her apologies and has recorded a video message, which I'd like to share with you. Video, please.
会長代行、リンドバーグ事務総長、Acting President Mitchell, Secretary General Lindbergh, and friends from NOCs around the world. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to report to you today in the presence of President Bach of IOC. It was the first ever in the history of postponed games due to COVID-19 pandemic. And even after 2021, the pandemic situation was quite challenging, in which we had to deliver the games. First, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the people participated in the games. We delivered the Tokyo 2020 with the message of the games that is safe and secure for all the participants, citizens, and general public of Tokyo, Japan, accepting the games. With the meticulous testing, strict destination limitation, activity control, health management, prompt quarantine in case of confirmed inspection. Because of these measures, experts have rendered their assessment that games was held safely and there were good and functioning countermeasures such as activity management and testing. Had it not been for the participants' cooperation, we would not have been able to deliver safe and secure games. I thank you very much. Until immediately prior to the games, there were questions domestically, why the games in pandemic? However, I had a conviction, precisely because we live in difficult times like this, and because the world is divided because due to COVID-19, by delivering Olympic and Paralympic Games, we can contribute in the regeneration of connection and bonds between peoples, uniting the world once again with the power of sport. This is the value of Olympic and Paralympic Games necessary for the present society. And this summer, we will able to set a stage where athletes world over would gather. What we saw there every day was the bonds between people, unity in diversity, symbol of peace, and the power of sports itself. It was indeed a crystallization of the power shown by athletes who came to Tokyo and all the stakeholders related with their teams. The new competition and events were added, strongly conscious of the youth engagement. These events added a special value to Tokyo Games. The screen repeatedly showed young athletes in their teens flying into the clear urban sky with their skateboards and BMX. I'm convinced that to the people in the same generation, such scenes must have been a great inspiration. The numerous new mixed events in the Games produced many scenes symbolizing the greatest gender balance achieved in history. From the fact that without making female athletes perform stronger, there would be dim possibility only for them to go to the top level in such events. I hope that the Tokyo Games was a trigger in improving the environment surrounding women athletes, not only making them stronger, but enhancing the interests in women and sports in the whole world. The Tokyo 2020 Games, I'm sure, would continue to bring in positive change to our society, even in this difficult time. I believe that even in the period up to the opening ceremony, we were able to bring in a trigger for change in areas such as awareness toward unity in diversity, including gender equality, and more universal access in the society toward the inclusive society. The Games was supported by 7,000 staff members as well as 70,000 volunteers and many stakeholders. They all supported our Games. Immediately after the Olympic Games, we have conducted questionnaire survey to a volunteer. It was a lifetime memory. Busy but fun and fulfilling 11 days. These were the representative comments they gave to us. Once they go back to their own communities, they will act based on their Games experience, and this will further advance the societal change. My hope is that, bearing in mind the Tokyo Games was delivered overcoming the first ever in the history of postponement, that this experience of Japan as Tokyo model be put to good use for the furtherance of Olympic and Paralympic movements of the future. I am convinced that the projects that Japan has tackled until today, since the forming of Tokyo 2020, such as the maximum utilization of existing facilities, the promotion of simplification, including the thorough review on the service level, use of technology and sustainability, symbolized by a variety of projects, agree well with the direction of Olympic Agenda 2020 and the new norm that IOC President Thomas Bach launched, thus contributing to the further Games, which will remain as an everlasting legacy. Now I will give the floor back to Mr. Muto for the detailed report. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for your attention. I will now turn to my report in detail. Allow me to start with the most important part of every Games, the sport. Despite the challenges we faced, the Tokyo 2020 Olympic sport program was the largest in history, with competition in 33 sports and a total of 339 medal events. As well as the 28 existing sports, our program included 5 additional sports: baseball, softball, karate, skateboarding, sport climbing, and surfing. In some sports, competition schedules did need to change due to weather conditions. Any changes were made after discussions with the IOC, IFs, OBS, and other relevant stakeholders. When a tropical storm approached Japan, we made decisions such as changing the competition time and advancing or postponing the schedule in sports, such as archery, rowing, and surfing. This was to ensure the safety of all parties, including the athletes. We'd like to thank all teams for their flexibility. Competitions were held at a total of 42 venues. At the time of our original bid, around 40% of proposed venues were existing. As our games planning developed, we were able to increase this figure to 60%. This brought a cost reduction of more than $2 billion US. Next slide, please. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic became clear throughout the world. Putting in place countermeasures became our top priority. Since last autumn, the bubble concept had been used to enable single sport events to take place. Our challenge was to apply this concept to the Olympic Games, with 33 sports taking place at the same time. To ensure safe and secure games for all participants, as well as for the people of Tokyo and Japan, we worked closely with the IOC, the IPC, our national government, and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. We made detailed plans for the journey of athletes and all other stakeholders visiting Japan for the Games. We issued playbooks to each stakeholder group outlining the COVID-19 countermeasures and the rules that all participants should follow in an effort to gain everyone's understanding. Testing was critical to deliver safe and secure games. More than 1 million tests were conducted at the airports or as part of a daily screening program. This enabled us quickly to identify anyone testing positive and isolate them immediately. Close contacts were very carefully managed to allow participation in training and competitions while being strictly separated from others in accommodation, food services, and transportation. Imposing restrictions on the movement and activity for 14 days after arrival in Japan was another important decision. Most participants understood the purpose of this rule and acted accordingly to prevent the transmission of infections and to protect themselves. This rule was essential for safe and secure games, and we had to take tough decisions in some cases where it was not followed. Next slide, please. Following the decision in March that no spectators would be allowed from overseas, we also had to ask NOCs to limit delegates and members to those considered essential to operations. Unfortunately, this meant that accompanying guests could not be accredited. This, however, was an essential decision for safe and secure games. To ensure transparency, the number of positive cases was released on the Tokyo 2020 website every day. In the end, as a result of our comprehensive measures, the confirmed positivity rate from airport tests for games participants was only 0.1%. The confirmed positive rates from Tokyo 2020 screening tests was only 0.03%, and no clusters emerged in the Olympic Village or at any competition venues. Experts commented that the games were conducted safely, and measures such as the code of conduct and testing worked well. Next, please. I'd like to talk about the Olympic Village. The Olympic Village opened from 13th July to 11th August with a maximum capacity of 18,000 beds. Satellite villages are available for sailing and cycling, as well as accommodation for remote venues. To minimize infection risks, it was important to reduce the number of residents in the village. Next, please. First, the period of stay guideline was introduced to limit the length of stay at the village. This meant many athletes had to leave Tokyo before the closing ceremony. We are grateful for your cooperation. Second, NOC guest passes to the village were cancelled to reduce interactions between village residents and visitors. Third, team welcome ceremonies were cancelled and other services at the village were reduced, which also helped to reinforce COVID-19 countermeasures. Despite these restrictions, we have been delighted to receive positive feedback from many athletes. They reported that they enjoyed their stay at the village and still felt it was like a home away from home. For example, the beautiful scenery at various locations in the village and excellent meals in the main dining hall were widely posted on social media and received thousands of likes. And at the village plaza, participants were able to enjoy Japanese cultural experiences as well as benefit from a wide range of services. Next slide, please. I'd like to talk about the games operations. To ensure efficient transportation, we put in place traffic demand management, traffic system management, and toll measures on the Metropolitan Expressway during the games. Thanks to the cooperation of everyone involved, we succeeded in reducing traffic volumes and almost completely alleviated congestion on transportation routes. At the beginning of the games, there was an issue in transport athletes and officials to venues. By taking immediate measures, however, we are able to remedy the situation. Next, please. Sustainability has been one of our major themes. Our aim was to raise awareness and promote change through a number of symbolic projects. These included reusing the metals in discarded electronic devices to make medals, constructing the medal podiums from recycled plastic, and creating the torch from recycled aluminum originally used for temporary housing units in the aftermath of the Great East Japan earthquake. We also deployed new and innovative technologies at the Games, such as hydrogen fuel for the Olympic cauldron, a face recognition system for Games officials, and the use of robot at competition venues. Next slide, please. Technology enabled us to maintain service levels despite the unique circumstances in which the games took place. We held self-demission meetings in both online and on-site formats. We used a remote interpretation service for the first time, and the multi-faith center religious services and residence center services were also provided online. Next slide, please. Regarding cybersecurity, we were successful in protecting the games and no incident affected their operation, a total of 450 million security events were blocked, including unauthorized communications to the official website. Working in partnership with the related organizations, our effort to build safe systems, to accumulate training and exercises, and to share information and take any necessary measures proved to be effective. The lack of spectators at many venues was compensated by the fact that Tokyo 2020 was the most digitally connected games in history. The number of fans around the world who visited the official website daily was more than double the number achieved at Rio 2016. The cumulative number of visitors exceeded 190 million, the highest number ever for the official Olympic Games website. The official app was downloaded more than 5.5 million times. Next slide, please. The excitement of Olympic sport was brilliantly communicated through the world media. I'm convinced that the sight of the athletes gathering in Tokyo and performing so magnificently, despite the challenges posed by COVID-19, brought hope and joy to people everywhere. According to an opinion poll taken afterwards, between 60 and 70% of those sampled in Japan commented positively about holding the games. We are gratified that the value of the games was understood and affirmed by so many people. Next slide, please. This is the last Tokyo 2020 address to ANOC, and I would like to thank you for your support over the entire 8 years of our historic games. We learned much, especially about putting in place COVID-19 countermeasure for athletes and team officials to combat a global crisis that no one of us even knew existed until just a few months before the original date of the games. Thank you for all your suggestions and guidance. In just a few months' time, the Olympic Winter Games will take place in Beijing. In the spirit of cooperation, I'd like to pass on to the Beijing Games organizers our knowledge and experience. Next, please. I would like to wish you all the very best at those games and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Toshiro Muto-san, for the broad-ranging report on the success of the Tokyo Olympic Games. I think the figures and the all of the achievements that you shared with us today has been repeated many times, and we still are very happy with the success of the Games, despite all of the little issues and the big issues in the lead up to the Games. Several of our Coordination Commission members here are here in the meeting, and I'd like to thank them for the work that they did together with Chairman John Coates and Alex Gillardi. But from outside the NOCs, it was a different experience as we approached, but the issue of the playbooks helped us to adapt to the new games. And once the competition started, within a day or so, you didn't really notice that there weren't spectators because of the spectacular facilities that you provided. and the support of your entourage and team members who made quite a lot of noise in the stadium, considering the very small numbers that were there. But looking back at the competition itself, I think it was, for the athlete, it was easier from the field of play to identify your supporters there and the other athletes that supported. We appreciate the sustainability issues that you described, which help set us up for the COP26 meeting in Glasgow. I think all of the issues that we do in sport does help to raise this awareness amongst the population generally, particularly in the broad spectrum of communications, digitally and traditionally, as reported in terms of the numbers that have followed the Games. The village, which is a project that we personally worked on with Kirsty Coventry, was tremendous. Once we got over the bugs at the beginning of the Games, which were mainly transport. But looking back, I think everybody enjoyed the village. They adapted it to their own needs. And from the NOC's point of view, I think it was a great Games. We've learned from Tokyo, and with the transfer of knowledge project that you mentioned, will benefit our NOCs participating in the Winter Games. The world really watched these games and enjoyed it, and also the Paralympic Games, Andrew. It was both tremendous games for all of us and for the world. But I think for the host country, the most important thing is that Team Japan performs. If the host country does not win so many medals, you remember the nice facilities and the good transport and the food, etc. But to come third in the medal tally for Team Japan is a great, great result. And we recognized this last night in our awards. There are 2 awards for team sport. Japan won one of them. The male team, baseball, established their dominance over their big rivals. I won't mention them, Suzanne. But the team award to Japan, I think, was well appreciated. And the most successful NOC at the Tokyo Olympic Games was Japan. Yamashita-san and the Japan NOC, your success, I think, made these games very special games for the host country, who, despite them not being able to come and cheer for you in person, there were many outside the stadium, and many who took the opportunities of the open events like triathlon, sailing, to enjoy the games. So thank you to Muto-san, President Hashimoto of the Games Organizing Committee, and of course our chair of the coordination, John and Alex, who have acknowledged in my earlier report. But thank you for all that you've done for the NOCs. We will be doing our own survey that we will pass on to the NOC and to the Beijing Olympic Committee. But thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu from the NOCs of the world. And we also have some messages online from the New Zealand Olympic Committee and St. Lucia, congratulating Tokyo, demonstrating adaptability and staging the first games in the COVID era. And messages from the Philippines, and those breakthrough NOCs have also appreciated what you've provided. So thank you very much, Tokyo, again. And if there are any comments from the floor, I'm happy to take them. Norway, you have the floor. Followed by Japan. Yeah.
President, dear Acting ANOC President, dear ANOC Secretary General, dear NOC friends. On behalf of the Norwegian Olympic Committee and our athletes, I would like to convey a heartfelt thank you to the Japanese organizers and the Japanese people for your outstanding efforts to make Tokyo 2020 such a great success under extraordinary circumstances. We will be forever grateful. Arigato, thank you.
Japan, Yamashita-san.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a host NOC, I'd like to make a few comments. The success of the Tokyo 2020 was due to the solid unity and solidarity of all NOC. Thanks to the leadership of President Bach, Chairperson Mr. Coates, and the advice of ANOC, the Olympic Games were able to shine as the light of the end of the dark tunnel. The light of Olympic Games will continue to shine in Beijing. Let all NOCs continue to unite and pass on the value of sports to the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yamashita-san. Morocco, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. Mr. Bach, dear Gunilla, dear colleagues, dear colleague NOCs, I'd like to make three short statements. First of all, I too would like to thank the Japanese on behalf of the Moroccan NOC. I myself was present in Tokyo during the Games, and all I can do is congratulate and thank the Japanese people, the government, the NOC, the OCOG. It is incredible that the Games were able to take place in such good conditions of security and in such exceptional ambiance of friendship and collegiality. My second point is also one of thanks. You have paid tribute to my friend Kamal Huluk, who has unfortunately stood down. And you have awarded him a distinction which obviously has been accepted with great pride in Morocco, and I would like to thank on behalf of Moroccans and athletes in Morocco. I'd like to raise the point of digital communication, since you have said that we could raise issues on this subject after the report from Tokyo. Now, what we heard is very, really pertinent. Because of the COVID pandemic, the whole world has had to work differently and have had to move to digital mode. And I'd like to welcome this idea of ANOC to create the ANOC photograph program during the Games. This will certainly be a very important tool which will help us develop and expand the content to be used for communication about the Games and during the Games. I would also like to inform all those present that the Moroccan NOC has created what we have called an Olympic Academy, which is a digital academy. It's an online platform accessible to all, and the objective of this academy is to share information, share research results in the field of sports and in all these other aspects. We therefore would like to give life to this academy, and for this we appeal to all volunteers, whether they are researchers, organizations, athletes, to come up with ideas. I therefore appeal to all NOCs here who could put forward candidates, speakers, contributors to the content and the life of this academy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Morocco. I'll hold the answers to the issues that you raised to the digitalization presentation that was made earlier. So that will come a little bit later in the meeting. Virtually, Tokyo, we have congratulations from the NOC of Austria, from Mr. Karl Stoss, from Australia, Burundi, Fiji, and Papua New Guinea. Congratulate Japan for their great efforts. Just looking around the floor, there's no numbers up, so thank you very much to the Tokyo Organizing Committee, to the President Seiko Hashimoto, Mr. Toshiro Muto, and Toru Kobayashi, our NOC services person who looked after us over the 8 years that we're in preparations for the Games. Sorry, Cornelia, did you want something? No, yeah. So in closing this section and thanking Tokyo for their presentation, can I just remind the NOCs that haven't completed their survey on the Tokyo Games to please do so, so that we can provide a full report that will assist upcoming games in the future. So, arigatou gozaimasu and sayonara. Thank you. Our next agenda item is the update from the IOC administration, and I'm pleased to welcome the Director General, Christophe de Kepper, to start the presentation.
Thank you, dear Chair, dear Acting ANOC President, Robin Mitchell, ANOC Executive Council, IOC members, NOC Presidents, Secretary Generals, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to everyone here in Crete, and a special greetings also to those joining us remotely in this hybrid ANOC General Assembly. It will not be a one-man show here. This presentation will be the teamwork together with Emma Terro, the new chair of our Athletes Commission, and also James MacLeod, our Director of Olympic Solidarity and NOC Relation Matters. As you will recall, the IOC session unanimously approved the Olympic Agenda 2020+5 in March 2021 as a new strategic roadmap for the IOC and the Olympic movement through to 2025. Consisting of 15 recommendations, the new roadmap builds on the achievements of Olympic Agenda 2020 and will guide the work of the IOC and the Olympic movement for the next 5 years. It is based on 5 trends that wave their way through the recommendations: solidarity, digitalization, sustainable development, credibility, and economic and financial resilience. As we move towards the implementation of this agenda, we can continue to leverage the synergies and grasp our mutual strategic opportunities throughout the Olympic movement. Olympic Agenda 2020+5 is meant to be a strategic guide and framework for all Olympic community, and the IOC is ready and committed to working with you, the NOCs, in this direction. Very happy to see and to hear that this offer has been already seized and the work is already ongoing also in ANOC. Indeed, our NOC management and knowledge sharing unit at the Olympic Solidarity will continue to support the NOCs to translate all IOC policies and directions to the national level and specifically help you in crafting strategic plans, so please do not hesitate to reach out to them. One of the recommendations of the Olympic agenda is to continue strengthening the uniqueness and universality of the Olympic Games, as this is our main mission. In this sense, the role of the NOCs is needed now more than ever, and I would like to thank you for your flexibility and sense of commitment shown in particular for safe delivery of the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 in difficult circumstances. You just heard the organizing committee of the Games about this. In Tokyo, the playbooks were central to explain how safe and secure games could take place. These playbooks were just one element of the overall approach, and it was clear that the NOCs needed to play their part in adapting at athlete service level, implementing the period of stay guidelines, the pre-games testing requirements and vaccination, and the compliance with activity plans. And for this, we thank you very much. The historic decision to postpone the Tokyo Games allowed many operations to be optimized, and various reductions of services were implemented that have set a new course of direction for the future. You will see these in the future editions of the Games, such as the footprint of the IBC and MPC, or additional virtual fan engagement like the Friends and Families videos. The Tokyo 2020 digital program was the first major step in the implementation of the IOC digital and marketing strategy. It validated our people-centric approach around one single digital destination in collaboration with the Tokyo 2020 Organizing Committee, resulting in, first, record-breaking traffic on our digital platforms with over 196 million unique users on Olympics webs and app for Tokyo, which was double than in Rio. 2.94 billion public relations impressions were created by media by just sharing and talking about our Stronger Together campaign. 6.1 billion engagement, likes, share, comments on Olympic social media, with the majority coming from video views. And finally, 6.7 billion engagement on social media platforms on their own channels like Google, Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok. In relation to the NOC's digital engagements, more than 80 NOCs engaged directly with our messaging by sharing it on their channels. First, during Tokyo 2020, we saw an incredible level of digital activity from NOCs. 100,000 social media posts were shared by all NOCs during Tokyo 2020. Second, on Facebook and Instagram, these social media posts generated 75 million social media engagements. Third, in support of the Stronger Together campaign, more than 2,500 posts were shared by NOCs, which supported the broader narrative of bringing the world together. And finally, NOCs all grew their social media following, and across Facebook and Instagram, combined they now have more than 28 million followers, and you saw previously some reports from the ANOC Responsible Commission on this. Because of the particular delivery of these games, new digital and broadcasting initiatives were implemented in Tokyo. OBS developed a fan engagement initiative that allowed worldwide fans to show their support in the stadia, with 250 million cheers coming from every country. Additionally, post-competition athletes' moments in the venues connected Olympians with friends and families back home. OBS received a strong demonstration of support of the fan engagement initiative from all stakeholders, especially right-holding broadcasters and athletes. And we will continue this exciting development for Beijing and future games. OBS delivered to the rights-holding broadcasters more coverage and more service than in any previous games, despite the postponement. For the first time, OBS covered the games in ultra-high definition and state-of-the-art immersive audio, offered also an enhanced viewing experience. 9,500 hours of contents were produced, more than in Rio, 30% more than in Rio, both for traditional linear and digital broadcasts. Almost half was geared towards feeding the explosive increase in demand for streaming and digital broadcasting content. The Tokyo Games were distributed globally by right-holding broadcasters covering 220 plus territories and were made available to 99% of individuals with access to a TV with a maximum reach of 5.7 billion. Across all media platforms on more than 550 television channels and around 350,000 hours of coverage on both TV and digital. Now please let me show you a video with the best highlights of the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020.
I need light to find a way. I need strength to find a weakness. Something's gotta change. Won't be haunted by the madness, 'cause I see the better days.
So much power in that. What a turnaround. Oh, that was brilliant. What an upset. Absolutely nailed it.
I love you guys. Soccer, yeah.
She can't believe it. Peter dominating this field. Austria, stand up.
Tom Daly has his goal.
Japan has won gold again. Decided to share it.
Stand up, Sonny Lee.
Gold to the Philippines. The Italian has done it.
Gold for Japan.
Yes, gold for Japan. The Olympic Agenda 2020+5 also focuses on how to innovate revenue generation models. One of the main initiatives in this regard is the new global hospitality and ticketing model. On June the 2nd, the communication was sent to all NOCs that the IOC, IPC, and the organizing committees of the Games and Paralympic Games, Paris 2024, Milano Cortina 26, and LA 28 were together introducing this new model where fans and stakeholders will have access to ticket-inclusive travel and hospitality experience through one official exclusive hospitality provider, and that is on location. In particular, the new model allows for standalone tickets to be distributed to global fans through each OCOC's website directly, meaning that NOCs and RTRs will no longer be responsible for managing standalone ticket sales. This will in turn provide worldwide clarity on pricing, easier access for general public, with no more handling fees to cover ATR's costs. For the success of this project, NOCs are expected to fully support and collaborating with the OCOCs and on location in their hospitality sales strategy for their NOC territory by providing market knowledge, insights, locally promotion through their key family platforms channels to the general public and introducing them to the key stakeholders. In particular, NOCs will be called on to protect the exclusivity granted to on location and to ensure the integrity of the OCOC hospitality program. Mr. MacLeod will explain this with further detail in the next presentation. The IOC's new approach to electing future hosts is creating greater opportunities for dialogue between the IOC and interested parties, while allowing for more flexibility with regard to the timing for future elections in order to seize an opportunity for the Olympic movement. The new approach encourages potential future hosts to make maximum use of existing or temporary venues and to use venues in other cities and regions or even outside of the country, if there is no proven legacy value for a new facility locally. This has resulted in significant cost savings for potential host operations plans more efficiently, as well as more sustainable games concept that maintain the magic of the games. It still provides the best possible experience on and off the field of play for the athletes and unlocks greater value for local communities, with legacy and sustainability at the heart of each project. The future host commissions for the Games of the Olympiad, now led by its new chair, Ms. Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic, had a very busy year culminating in the first host elections and the new approach in July 2021. The collaborative partnership between Brisbane and the IOC, with the IOC providing a number of services, has led to the reduced cost for the preferred host. Brisbane's candidature budget is estimated to be 80% lower than the budget of cities bidding for the 2020, 2024, and 2028 Games. The Brisbane project rests on a robust Games vision that aligns with Queensland's development plans and puts athletes at the heart of the project. I am sure that you will enjoy most spectacular games in Brisbane 2032. If you would like to know any more detail about the Brisbane project, the Future Host Commission report is available on our official website. On the winter side, the Winter Commission, chaired by IOC member Octavian Mohariu, will meet in November during the IOC Commission Week to discuss the various interests for future Olympic Winter Games. In particular, they will study the impact of climate change on future winter sports events. Already, a number of NSCs have voiced an interest in starting dialogue with the IOC for the 2030 Olympic Winter Games and other future editions, which is very encouraging. The Olympic agenda also refers to one of the most important issues in the Olympic movement today, the road to the Olympic Games and the competition calendar. The IOC recognizes the increased strain placed on the athletes to participate in more and more competitions to reach their ultimate goal of competing in the pinnacle of their sports, the Olympic Games. We are equally cognizant of the increasing congestion of the international sports calendar, as you are aware from the ANOC President's intervention yesterday, which has questioned FIFA plans to review the international sports calendar with their project of a World Cup every 2 years. Olympic Agenda 2020+5 recognizes all this and continues to support, together with ANOC, the organization of coordination meetings with the Olympic stakeholders to harmonize the calendar. But in addition to this, we believe we can create a direct Olympic association with and promote Olympic qualifying events to strengthen the road to the Olympic Games. A number of exciting initiatives, such as authorizing the use of Olympic branding, organizing multi-sport Olympic qualifying events, will be presented shortly to the IOC Executive Board, and we will no doubt provide all IFs and NOCs with the opportunity to provide their feedback and understanding these initiatives better. The Olympic Virtual Series was born from the recommendation 9 of the Olympic Agenda. The Olympic Virtual Series is a collection of virtual sports led and organized by IFs and their respective delivery partners that leverage the growing popularity of virtual sport to promote the Olympic movement, Olympic values, sports participation, and grow direct relations with youth. It consists of 5 sports so far: cycling, baseball, sailing, rowing, and motorsports, and 4 gaming publishers promoting mass participation across the globe. It establishes connections with virtual sports and their communities by growing direct engagement with people with a special focus on youth. You can check our official website to learn more about this exciting initiative that was successfully trialed in June of this year. Sport is recognized as an important enabler of sustainable development, and as such, this was identified as a trend of Olympic agenda. The Olympic community as a whole has the opportunity to make a real difference through a contribution to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Our impact spans across 4 spheres of influence: the IOC as an organization, as owner of the Olympic Games, as leader of the Olympic movement, and also as promoter of Olympism in society. All these recommendations are as relevant to the IOC as they are to the Olympic movement constituents, and in particular, the national Olympic committees. 2 items in particular of particular relevance in the current framework: the environmental footprint of the Olympic movement and the impact of Olympism in society, which I'm going to further develop now. As I'm sure most of you know, the IOC took a bold decision in March 2020 to address climate change and become a climate-positive organization. To achieve this ambition, in January this year, the IOC Executive Board approved the IOC Climate Positive Commitment Plan that encompasses a 3-step approach, which includes, firstly, a 45% reduction of our carbon emissions by 2030, in line with the Paris Agreement. As mentioned by the IOC President yesterday, the IOC Executive Board at its meeting last week agreed, however, to increase this to 50% to be aligned with the latest science published in August. Secondly, by compensating more than 100% of our remaining emissions, mainly through the Olympic Forest Project as part of the Great Green Wall Initiative in Africa. And lastly, by using our influence to encourage the broader Olympic movement as well as our supply chain and other stakeholders to take action against climate change. I would like to thank many of you for having taken action in this important area through becoming an active signatory of the UN Sports for Climate Action Framework, by developing a reduction strategy for your operation and events, and through collaboration with expert organizations to implement awareness-raising initiatives, but more can be done, of course. The IOC Executive Board has also just endorsed the Olympism 365 strategy that focuses on connecting people with the Olympic values everywhere, every day. Olympism 365 is the engine behind Recommendation 10 that commits to strengthen the role of sports as an important enabler for the UN Sustainable Development Goals. With this strategy, the IOC reaffirmed its commitment to ensure the Olympic movement is known and respected for both the Olympic Games and for upholding Olympic values and the roles of sports in society. Mr. James McLeod will explain this important initiative in further detail in his upcoming presentation. The issue of competition manipulation is a series of doping. Therefore, the Olympic Charter requests similar compliance with the Olympic Movement Code on the prevention of the manipulation of competition, as with the World Anti-Doping Code. The Olympic Movement Unit on the prevention of the manipulation of competition has been working closely with all NOCs and supports them with the adoption of their rules and adaptation of their rules and the development of relevant awareness-raising and intelligent activities. We very much thank the NOCs for their interest in the matter, and they help to liaise with athletes to facilitate a network of athletes ambassadors on this issue. In the run-up of Beijing 2022, NOCs are highly encouraged to brief their Olympic delegation on the key rules, and we will organize training for NOCs towards the end of November to help them to effectively deliver such briefings. Of course, good governance is a priority for the IOC and for the Olympic movement, as it has been shown by various recent decisions by the IOC Executive Board when stakeholders have fallen short of expectation in this area. As a key element of the IOC strategy, we will continue encouraging the NOCs to improve their governance level, aligning their status and operation with the Olympic Charter. Now, in relation to the athletes, various initiatives of the Olympic Agenda 2020+5 have been launched to support athletes across the Olympic movement. And the recently elected IOC Athletes Commission Chair, Emma Terho, will go through some of these just after me. On the institutional side, however, I would like to mention the creation of the new IOC Athletes Department that has been completed with the appointment of the Olympian Kaveh Merabi as director in charge, reinforcing even more athletes' representation within the IOC. Effort is also ongoing to increase employment opportunities for Olympians and elite athletes within the IOC and the Olympic movement. A working group is designing a strategy to action this within organizations in the movement, including TOPS, OBS, OCS, and right holders companies. The IOC Certificate Safeguarding Officer in Sport online course is the first international safeguarding course of its kind. This course has been developed for those who have or will be appointed as safeguarding officers or work in this important field of sports integrity for national and international sports organizations, particularly NOCs, IFs, and national federations. The certificate course addresses what constitutes harassment and abuse in sports, how and why it occurs, and its impacts on athletes, their family, and others in the athlete's entourage and management. It also introduces participants to their role in the prevention of and response to non-accidental violence in sports, including contribution to the prioritization of athletes' well-being and safeguarding both with the organization and major sports event. It also covers policies, procedures, systems, and structures which need to be put in place in order to respond to reported concerns about athletes' safeguarding and protection. The IOC Mental Health in Elite Athletes Toolkit, published in May 2021, was developed to assist IFs, NOCs, athletes' entourage, health professionals, and other stakeholders in developing and implementing initiatives related to the protection and promotion of mental health and well-being in elite athletes. This toolkit was a joint initiative of the IOC Medical and Scientific Commission and the IOC's Athletes and Athletes Entourage Commissions. The Mental Health Toolkit provides an overview of mental health symptoms and disorders most commonly seen in elite athletes and outlines the roles and responsibility of key stakeholders group in creating psychologically safe athletics environment, as well as provide links to additional IOC resources, information as educational programs. Now, please let me pass the floor to Emma Terho, who will continue with the update on the IOC Athletes Commission. Emma.
Thank you, Christophe. If I may just interrupt briefly before Emma continues. For those of you that require PCR tests, it's open until 12 o'clock, just outside the building. So if you need a PCR test to go back home or to go to your next transit point, you have only about 45 minutes to go before you have to look for other sources of testing. Thanks, Emma.
Thank you. Thank you, Christophe, and thank you for the opportunity to present some of the updates for the IOC Athletes Commission. Also, thank you to Caro for the report and the cooperation with the ANOC Athletes Commission. As we all very well know, the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 was the first Games to ever be postponed and presented many challenges for all of us, especially the athletes. From the moment the COVID-19 pandemic went global, the IOC Athletes Commission wanted to support athletes every step on the way, right up until the Games in Tokyo. From March 2020, before the Games was even postponed, until the Games, the IOC Athletes Commission held 10 separate conference calls with athletes and athletes commissions concentrating on updating the community on the Tokyo 2020 developments. We were often joined by the IOC president and many IOC experts for the calls, and they were very well received by the athletes as we aim to give them as much clarity as possible during the preparations. We also extended the opportunity to NOC and IF athletes commissions for dedicated one-to-one calls with us on the Tokyo 2020 playbook to provide the chance for more specific questions that athletes may have had from their different sport or country. Throughout the pandemic, Athlete 365 has been a hub for all the informations and resources for athletes. This includes regular updates on the Games, anti-doping updates, changes to IF qualification systems, mental health advice, and also a number of webinars with high-profile athletes and experts as part of our Stay Strong webinar series. The mental health part has been very well received, and athlete welfare will remain a key focus for us. The Tokyo 2020 preparations were also a central topic on the International Athletes Forum 2021, which we held virtually earlier this year in May. The engagement from athlete representatives for this event was very positive, and almost 2,000 athlete representatives registered for it, representing athletes commissions from 199 NOCs, as well as a number of other Olympic movement stakeholders. With Tokyo only 2 months away at the time and Beijing just around the corner, we discussed the latest preparations for the Games and heard live from many athletes how excited they were for the Games to happen. We heard also from IOC experts who were already in Tokyo, and the IOC president hosted a great Q&A session with athletes, which Tokyo 2020 featured a lot. It was certainly a unique forum, but a very successful one. Here is a short video to show you some of the highlights from our virtual event.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the 10th International Athletes Forum. It is so great to have all of you with us virtually for this event.
They're all here to share, collaborate, and discuss key topics.
And even the system is sometimes guilty of suddenly believing in the equation that a gold medal equals happiness. But really, that equation needs to be reversed and happiness has to become the gold medal.
I think the important thing has always been about detaching myself from the idea of an ideal preparation and really being set on one thing and being able to be fluid and adaptable. So, you know, we've had to make the most of the restrictions here and not being able to travel overseas for competitions. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to finally getting over there. I think there's been great communication from the IOC and I have full confidence in TOCOG and the Japanese and the IOC to put on a safe Games.
2 weeks ago, we successfully delivered our first bubble system in Yokohama, which was our first Olympic qualification race this year. And we had over 117 elite athletes competed there. From the moment that we arrived to the airport, guided us to the hotels and all of the professionality in the training venues was so amazing that I'm super confident how they're going to do it in Tokyo, and I'm looking forward. And as always, the Japanese perfection was there, and I'm really looking forward for the Olympic Games.
Athletes are just excited that there's clarity for them in the playbooks. You know, there's a lot of clarity of what's going to happen and how it's all going to be, and I think that is the best thing that we can do for the athletes.
I'd like to welcome to the stage President of the IOC, Thomas Bach.
Thank you,
for all your engagement, for your participation, for all the drive.
Our focus now is completely on Beijing to ensure that, like for Tokyo, athletes have all the info and clarity possible in the lead up to the Games. Since Tokyo, we have already organized 2 conference calls with the global network of athlete representatives and will continue the engagement right up until the Games. Our next call with athletes is already scheduled for next Monday to brief athletes on the Beijing 2022 playbook and give them the latest update on the preparation for the Games. The IOC election took place in Tokyo, meaning we have a number of new members. For this election, there were 30 very good candidates from 30 NOCs representing all 5 continents and 19 different sports. As you can see, the 4 newly elected members are Pau Gasol from Spain, Maja Włocławska from Poland, Federica Pellegrini from Italy, and Yuki Ota from Japan. Humphrey Kayanake from Kenya was also appointed to our commission to ensure a good balance in terms of geographic and sport representation within Athletes Commission. Also during the Games in Tokyo, there was the IOC AC chair and vice chair election, voted by the IOC AC members. I had the honor of being elected as the IOC AC chair, and Sungmin Ryu from Korea was elected as the new IOC AC vice chair. For our election in Beijing, the candidates for the IOC Athletes Commission election were recently approved by the IOC Executive Board. The response for this election was great, and we have 17 very strong candidates, which is the most ever in Winter Olympic Games. 2 athletes from 2 different sports will be elected during the Games in Beijing, and all athletes competing at the Games will be eligible to vote. An important step in reinforcing the athlete representation structure in the Olympic movement is strengthening and supporting the impact of athlete commissions within NOCs and international federations. The importance of effective athlete representation within NOCs was reinforced in Tokyo by the changes that the IOC session made to the Olympic Charter and making this a mandatory requirement for NOCs. We continue to look forward to working together with all of you and athlete representatives to ensure that all NOCs have athletes commissions that are effective and compliant with the IOC guidelines on creating an athletes commission. As you know, following the recommendation from the 2019 International Athletes Forum, the Olympic Solidarity Support Program provides NOC Athletes Commission with a $10,000 US each year for their activities. It has been great to see ACs from all parts of the world benefiting from this financial support and delivering many very useful projects. The funds can be used by NOCs that do not have an athletes commission yet to create one and to support the ACs deliver projects and activities for their athletes. Over the last few years, the network of Global Athletes Commission has become stronger and stronger, and we are looking forward to working even more with the different ACs to support them and their athletes wherever we can. And finally, I just wanted to update you on the IOC Athletes Commission strategy. As you may remember, the IOC Athletes Commission strategy was launched at the International Athletes Forum in 2017. It has been now 4 years since we created our first ever strategy, which was formed in alignment to the Olympic Agenda 2020. We have achieved a lot during this time, and I'd like to give a big thank you to my predecessor, Kirsty Coventry, for really driving some great work. As the new chair and together with the Commission, we will be looking to update our strategy post-Beijing to ensure it is aligned with the Olympic Agenda 2020+5 and the current needs of the athletes. Already during this year, we have engaged with a number of athletes' commissions to understand their focuses and priorities, and will take this feedback as part of our review. We look forward to presenting our new strategy at the next ANOC General Assembly. So thank you again very much for your time, and now back to you, Christoph.
Thank you, Emma. We will now move to James MacLeod's report as the third part of this IOC report, and we'll be taking questions together afterwards.
Kalimera, everyone. Good morning. Bonjour à tous. Hola a todos. It's a real pleasure to be with you again here. It was an even greater pleasure to be dancing under the stars with a lot of you last night. And it's nice also to know that there's around 50 of you online. This is why we have a bit of a highlight from Oceania up on the screen there, because a bit of a shout out to a lot of the Oceania NOCs that couldn't make it with us today. I would like to take you through a few points of interest to the National Olympic Committees, a few reminders from the team that they've given me over the last few days, to allow you just to progress with some of the programs that are available to you from Olympic Solidarity and NOC Relations. But to start off with, I wanted to reference the very inspiring Refugee Olympic team that took part in Tokyo 2020. They represented the 80 million forcibly displaced people and refugees across the world admirably in Tokyo. They really were a great inspiration to us all. We've said it often, this was your team, this was our team, this was a team that we put together. The National Olympic Committees, the international federations played a huge role in hosting these athletes, in training these athletes, in allowing them to access competitions across the world. And it transpired with 29 truly inspiring young athletes competing from 11 countries, competing in 12 sports in Tokyo. And in all, although none of them achieved a medal, we had some inspiring moments through their resilience, through the fact that they were there competing on a world stage. We did achieve 3 diplomas in taekwondo, karate, and wrestling. And for us, it was a great success, and we couldn't have done this without you. Unfortunately, as you know, the global refugee crisis is not far from over. In fact, it's getting worse every year. And therefore, the IOC has committed through Olympic Agenda 2020+5 to continue our support for refugee athletes in the run-up to Paris 2024, but also through initiatives of the Olympic Refuge Foundation that I'll take you through afterwards. And as such, I would encourage you not to let your guard down, to continue the work that you are doing with refugees. If they do contact you as an NOC, please remember that Olympic Solidarity and the Olympic Refuge Foundation is there to assist you in that. A bit of inspiration to start off with. Here's a bit of a summary of their participation in Tokyo.
You had to flee from home because of violence, hunger, or just because you were different. With your talent and human spirit, you are demonstrating what an enrichment refugees are for society. In this Olympic community, we are all equal. We all respect the same rules. United in all our diversity, we become bigger than the sum of our parts. We are always stronger together.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to just let you know that next year there will be a documentary that will be released on the Refugee Olympic team. So we'll get you some more information on that release date when it comes about. But please look out for it. As I mentioned before, the Olympic Refuge Foundation is really the long-term commitment of the International Olympic Committee and the Olympic community to strengthen the support for refugees and populations affected by displacement. Indeed, that is part of Recommendation 11 of the Olympic Agenda 2020+5. The work of the Olympic Refuge Foundation is really happening across the world and in collaboration with a number of national Olympic committees. As you can see there on the screen, some of the programs that are being run out at the moment. In particular, I'd like to mention the program that will be launched by the end of the year in the Paris region in France. This was facilitated by a donation from the French government, but includes a portfolio of partners in the Parisian region to really look at the issues affecting refugees and displaced people in Paris in the run-up to the Paris 2024 Games. And we are very thankful for our partners in the NOC, but also Paris 2024 for their collaboration on that. Both the President and Christophe de Kepper announced the fact that the Olympism 365 strategy was approved by the IOC Executive Board last week. Indeed, this is really the engine that sits behind Recommendation 10 of of the Olympic Agenda 2020+5. By means of this strategy, we will really ensure that the Olympic community is recognized not only for the Olympic Games, but also for the Olympic values and the promotion of those Olympic values within society. Indeed, we will be strengthening the role of sport as an important enabler of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and really to connect people with the Olympic values every day and everywhere. The strategy itself will work towards creating change in 4 very connected areas, and I'll show you a quick video afterwards, which involves improving access to sport, creating place for young people to feel like they belong in safe spaces related to sport, ensuring opportunities and benefits for those young people, but also having better connections between the various entities across the world that do the same thing. Now, obviously, the National Olympic Committees will form a very important part of this strategy, and luckily, we have the promotion of Olympic values programs in Olympic Solidarity that exist specifically to do this, and we will be able to align with you, the National Olympic Committees, to contribute to this very important strategy. By 2025, we will have created 8 intersecting partnership portfolios, which will involve a number of local implementation partners. Easier that I show it in a very short video, and this will summarize the strategy. And next week, we will send you additional information on this strategy. And I hope you'll be excited as myself in the launch of this strategy. There is really a lot of things that we can do together to make sure that this happens on a daily basis. Olympic solidarity has been by your side for the last 50 years. It really is there as an engine for you, the National Olympic Committees, to make sure that your athletes get the best out of their performances, get the best out of their training, but also your coaches and your sports administrators. And we are a great partner for you, the National Olympic Committees. In Tokyo, we had a number of scholarship holders that competed, over 800 of them. As you can see there on the screen, Alessandra Pirelli, who was the first ever medalist from San Marino. Not only did she win one medal, but she then went on 2 days later and won a second medal, an Olympic scholarship holder. And Alessandra wasn't the only one. Reference has been made to Ms. Diaz, who became the first Olympic gold medalist from the Philippines, another scholarship holder, or the amazing participation of Flora Duffy from Bermuda, who went on and won a gold medal in triathlon, or the world's record holder and gold medalist in the triple jump from Venezuela, again, another scholarship holder. So we have many success stories here, but they all rely on you, the National Olympic Committees, to make the relevant applications for the scholarship program. In addition to that, Olympic Solidarity offered support to 28 teams that participated in Tokyo during the Games. The President yesterday mentioned that the support is not just financial, it's not just technical programs, but Olympic Solidarity was there by your side in the run-up to the Games. The historic decision to postpone the Games had a big impact on the NOCs in terms of their finances, their certainty for their athletes. The Olympic Solidarity Commission and the IOC Executive Board were able to respond to this immediately through creating, first of all, an extension of all the scholarship programs. Secondly, a dedicated Tokyo postponement grant. And thirdly, we worked with ANOC and the Continental Associations to release funds that were available there to the National Olympic Committees to address your immediate needs. In addition to that, there was a number of stories that were mentioned yesterday. You can see on the screen there the amazing charter flight from ANOC that had a number of athletes from Oceania traveling to Tokyo. But it wasn't only that. Pan Am Sport organized a training camp for 180 athletes in Japan, and a lot of you vaccinated athletes from other countries. These were all shows of solidarity that really, for us at Olympic Solidarity, we were there by your side to be able to help implement those. But what we also wanted to do was give you long-term stability. And long-term stability comes from the Olympic Solidarity 21 to 24 plan. The Olympic Solidarity Commission met in November 2020 in an online format, again a first for them, and proposed the 21 to 24 budget and plan for the National Olympic Committees. It was then submitted to the IOC Executive Board for approval and then subsequently confirmed and communicated to the National Olympic Committees through a number of interactive videos, but also a number of webinars at the beginning of this year. So the plan is available, the plan is there, it is at your disposal as National Olympic Committees to apply for all the amazing programs therein. But I would like to say a big thank you to the 5 continental offices and the ANOC office of Olympic Solidarity who worked very closely with us on these programs. But a particular thank you as well, a personal thank you from myself to Pere Miro, who you all know, my boss, and also to Pamela Vipond and Olivier Nyamke, who are my deputies in Olympic Solidarity, for bringing this plan together. The plan that you can see on the screen there is a plan which increases the budget available to you as the NOCs, to the athletes, but also to the Continental Association. In total, we were able to secure a 16% increase in the budget compared to the previous quadrennial of 2017 to 2020. So the budget for these 4 years stands at $590 million. It also increased the World Programme budget by 18%. We were very keen at the Olympic Solidarity Commission to increase support directly to the athletes, and there you can see the 25% increase there. but also to you, the NOCs. We knew that the NOC activity grant was important to you, and so that was increased so that you can apply now through the continental programs to up to $500,000 in the 4 years. All of those opportunities are online. They're on the online application system that's called Relay, and we would encourage you to get on there. Make sure you apply for every opportunity that you have. And you do know that if you are getting lost in how many opportunities there are, our team, our wonderful team, is available to you to be able to guide you through that. But they have asked me to give you a few reminders, so I'll go through those very quickly. The Olympic Games Universality Program, this is all the scholarships. Tokyo scholarships have come to an end. All your reports need to be in by the 31st of October, please. And also the Paris scholarships are open for application. So if you have scholarship requests for Paris, please make sure that you submit those. This unit is managed by Edward Kensington, that a lot of you know. In terms of entourage, these programs are aimed at providing athletes and teams with a fully trained and experienced entourage, which is a very important matter for the IOC. This unit is led by Yassine, but also in here we have the opportunity for NOCs, as Emma had said, to apply for the $10,000 per year grant for your NOC Athletes Commission grants and their activities. Now, I'm sorry to say the bad news is that only 50 NOCs applied last year, and in our view that is not enough. So please, as a priority, when you get back, talk with your staff and make sure that more NOCs are going to apply for that. They can also be used to help create NOC athlete commissions. In terms of sport development, I seem to have lost the slides, but I'll keep going. We've got a new head of unit, Ms. Sheila Stevens, who came from FISA. A number of you know of Sheila. In the sport development area, there are a number of programs, for example, the Continental Athlete Supports, which are very useful in this year in the lead up to the Continental Games, but also Youth Athlete Development Program, which is specifically focused on young athletes' development. Olympic values, it enables NOCs to promote Olympic values at a national level. I referenced this earlier with the Olympism 365 strategy, and this area really aims to ensure that sporting organizations remain safe, sustainable, and inclusive. And here we will be working with you through Nicole and her team to make sure that you have everything available to you to be able to implement the Olympism 365 strategy. Christophe also mentioned the IOC certificate for safeguarding officers. This is also where you can apply for assistance for your people to take part in that certification. Joanna Zipster-Graves heads up the NOC management and knowledge sharing area. Here, one thing that we have changed is that we do insist that to receive your NOC administration grant that you complete an NOC annual review. This allows us to get better information from you and allows us to serve you better. So to receive that fund, the change with the last quadrennial is that you need to make sure that you've completed that NOC annual review. In terms of IOC subsidies for your participation in the Games, this is a significant budget because it allows you to participate, to prepare for the Games, but also covers a lot of the costs relating to your participation. A quick reminder that all requests for reimbursement of those funds need to be done by the 31st of October as well this year for Tokyo, and the Beijing guidelines will be released in the next couple of weeks. In terms of NOC relations exists really there to provide you with a service and an entry point into the IOC. They are there to be able to do governance and institutional relations. You know Jérôme Poivet, who is at your disposal for all matters relating to governance, election follow-up, etc. But Jérôme's work has now turned very much towards protecting the autonomy of the sports movement, but also the non-politicization of sport. I'd also like to inform you that Jérôme has been promoted as my Associate Director in NOC Relations, and I'm sure you'll understand that the sensitivity of a lot of the work that he does merits that well-deserved promotion. He's hiding at the back, but you know where to find him. In terms of NOC information services, there are a number of platforms that the IOC has at your disposal, including the NOCnet. All relevant information is there. You also receive a lot of emails from myself with communications from the IOC. I apologize for the number, but we have been going through unprecedented times. That information is all in one place in the NOCnet, and we also now have the relay service platform for the Olympic Solidarity applications, and we would really encourage you to log on to that. If you have any problems, we have staff with us here to be able to help you with that. Now, in terms of the global hospitality and ticketing model that Christophe explained earlier, and we sent you a communication in early June on this, since June, a tremendous amount of work has been underway as preparations progress towards Paris 2024 and on-locations hospitality sales and services that are starting in Q2 of next year. Therefore, in order to be ready, it is very important that all NOCs complete the next few steps and properly prepare so that you as the NOC stakeholders and your territories can fully benefit from this. As Christophe mentioned, and to be in line with the solidarity principle that this new model is based on, the IOC has secured funding to ensure that all the NOCs can benefit from the new hospitality program for each Games, even those NOCs that are not participating in the Winter Games. This has not been the case for most NOCs in the past, so this is an additional funding stream for a lot of you. The objective is to ensure that the NOCs are accurately compensated. For this to happen, NOCs are expected to terminate any existing agreements with ATRs post-Beijing 2022. This is critical to ensure that the system is fully protected, allowing us to apply the principle of solidarity at all times. As part of this new model, each NOC will receive an access fee and a revenue share. The access fee will be paid to the NOCs prior to each Games, and the amount per Games will be based on team size. This amount is guaranteed and non-refundable unless the NOC breaches their NOC access agreement. In addition to the access fees, each NOC will receive a revenue share per Games, which will be paid after as compensation for the Games. In order for the Paris 2024 hospitality sales to begin in an NOC's territory as from Q2 of 2022, the NOC access agreements will need to be completed and signed by the IOC by the latest of Q1 2022, so just in a few months' time. Already, a big thank you to over half of you that have signed those agreements here. We've got the full TMS team headed by Elizabeth Alamont, who is here to help you with this. And I'd also like to say that Lenny Abbey, that you all know very well from his time in Rio 2016, is now part of the NOC relations team and helping us on this project. In terms of NOC visits, a lot of you here have asked to come and visit the IOC. You're welcome again. We have had 18 months of very hard restrictions across the world to come to visit Lausanne. We do hope, however, that you will count on our indulgence between now and Beijing, because we have a lot of work to do. But Eliane Braillard is at your disposal should you want to come and visit the IOC headquarters for bilateral meetings with any of our departments, or indeed to meet the IOC president. Now, in terms of game services, you will receive a presentation afterwards from Beijing and Paris. So I'm just going to give you a few messages from Tosh, who is not here. He's in LA at the moment, but Jesse Newman is here for any questions that you may have on a bilateral basis. For Beijing 2022, the playbooks have been released in the last hour, so hopefully you have those in your inbox, and Beijing will comment a bit more on those. Those were developed very closely with the International Olympic Committee, and we will have the opportunity on the 1st of November for a chef de mission briefing on the playbooks. So please tell your chef de mission so that is an important briefing for them, which will go through all the details there. There will be a second playbook that will be available in December as well. We are cognizant of the fact that a number of you have been asking questions about travel to China, And this is specifically one of the points that will be raised in the chef de mission briefing on the 1st of November. We will also be having the last of the Coordination Commission meetings in December, and a group of NOCs are helping us with that, together with ANOC, to be able to make sure that all of your concerns are being passed to the organizing committee. On Beijing, I'd also like to confirm that the IOC made a specific exemption for the accreditations to provide you with an additional accreditation for COVID liaison officers. This was similar to Tokyo 2020. But in addition to that, one of the learnings from Tokyo, and one of the things that was very important to us, and also pushed very much by the Athletes Commission, was to create an athlete welfare officer accreditation for the Beijing Games. This is specifically to help in the areas of safeguarding, mental welfare, etc. And information on the accreditation categories and how this will work will be provided to you in the next couple of days. In terms of Paris 2024, we're working very well with the organizing committee, with Sophia and her team. We visited Paris on numerous occasions to look at the Olympic Village footprint and how that is going to be developed. We integrated the head of the Paris 2024 village team into the IOC team for the whole month that they were in Tokyo. And that gave him a very good sense of what was important to you, your athletes, and your chef de mission. So hopefully a lot of those learnings will go into Paris. Gangwon, the IOC Executive Board in November will review the master plan and finalize the sports program. The qualification systems are also online. I forgot to say that as well for Paris. The principles for the qualification systems were also got approved by the IOC Executive Board last week, and the detailed one, sport by sport, will be available to you in the near future. In terms of Milano Cortina, again, we're working a lot, very closely with the organizing committee on athlete service provision, but also looking at their village concepts. We're pleased to say that they will have a head of NOC services at the beginning of 2022, so that he or she can observe in Beijing. That's all the technical parts. I'd just like to finish off, if I may, with one last appeal. You heard yesterday from the IOC president the amount of effort that we have put into working with the Afghan National Olympic Committee in this time of crisis. We've been doing a lot of work to help on the evacuations, and I'm very pleased to say that yesterday, following the IOC president's appeal to you, I've had quite a few NOCs come up to me and offer their assistance in terms of humanitarian visas, but in terms of hosting evacuees from Afghanistan. Again, probably not enough. If possible, if any of you do have opportunities here for additional assistance, additional humanitarian visas, please come and see me. Come and see Dr. Yunus from the Afghan NOC or any of my team, and we'll be able to liaise with you and coordinate those efforts. Up until now, I would like to say thank you to a huge number of NOCs who've already helped in this, and also a number of IFs. It has, as the President said, been a true spirit of solidarity within the Olympic community, and has allowed us really to help people from Afghanistan. So with that, we're available, obviously, for any questions, Mr. President, and are available with Christophe and Emma. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James. First, the comments on virtually from our NOCs online. Both St. Lucia and Singapore congratulate Jerome Poirier on his promotion, which is well deserved. And we have a question from Carl Sembrano of the Philippines on Olympic solidarity. Carl, you have the floor.
Thank you, ANOC, for giving us time to entertain our views on specifically Olympic solidarity. I'd like to bring up an athlete that we submitted. The NOC did endorse him, and the only thing that we needed was a recommendation from the National Sports Association. But somehow the president did not want to sign it, and now we weren't able to pass the submission for that specific athlete. I would like to ask on your suggestion or recommendation on how we deal with it, because we recognize that he's one of our top athletes for the Philippines. And from our understanding from the Philippine Olympic Committee, from President Tolentino, that the Olympic Solidarity Scholarship is specifically for the athletes and not for the National Sports Association. Thank you so much, and apologies we weren't able to make it to Greece, but safest regards from President Tolentino from the Philippine Olympic Committee.
Thank you very much, James. Any other questions from the floors? I think James will collate the questions and answer at one time. Yeah, nothing from the floor. James, you have, sorry, South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, congratulations to all on Tokyo. James, good meeting you there. And then, of course, congratulations to Jerome now. This is indeed an invigorating message that you're sending out with all the messages that you have shown us and the media. It works to incentivize me as well as getting my board to move on your programs. I do hope, though, that these programs are going to be disseminated, or the media, the presentations, are going to be disseminated for us, because that gives us a chance to then further disseminate that to our own boards or executives, as well as our national federations, because these messages need to be passed on. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the IOC presentation and solidarity? No? Over to you, James.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you for the question from the Philippines online. Yes, there are a number of procedures, obviously, that are in place for applications for scholarships. This is all done for the right reasons, for good governance. We need to make sure that everyone is signing the right documents and that they know that the scholarships are being awarded and in what way. So there's a number of procedures that are in place that need to be respected, and if there's any questions, please contact Olivier or Edward on that. The question as to whether the scholarships are just for the athlete or for the National Federation, the scholarships are for the athlete, but obviously we need the collaboration of the National Olympic Committee, the federation, the coach, the entourage of the athlete to make sure that those scholarships are being used. Some of the funding within the scholarship amount can be used, obviously, to pay a coach or to pay training facilities, etc. We're quite flexible with how the money is used, subject to telling us how that's going to be used and us agreeing to it. For South Africa, thank you very much. The presentation will be posted on NOCNet. It really is, all the information is there. I realized that there was a huge amount of information that I gave you, and that's why we do have the team here. If you have any specific NOC questions, please don't hesitate to contact them. Their offices are downstairs, and they're available this afternoon if needed. With that,
yeah, thanks, James. If we could keep your team on the stage for the time being. Karl Stoss of the NOC of Austria has asked to take the floor, and just in case it's to do with the IOC presentation. Karl, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, dear Acting President Robin Mitchell, dear Secretary General Gunilla, dear colleagues and friends from all over the world. Yes, we are living in a very challenging time, and I would like to express my appreciation and thanks to Christoph de Kepper and the whole IOC administration team. As a chair and also a member of different IOC commissions, I appreciate always your support and your help in different issues. Yes, we approved a new strategy and Agenda 2020+5. But we have gone just a few steps and in a long journey and a road. And as IOC President Thomas Bach told yesterday, we should follow a clear vision to make a better world through sport. But how we will take sustainability and climate change, for example, in our account. So climate will be a profound determinant of the new map of the society and sport. And we have to act now. We have to think and discuss in the different consequences to the Olympic program and also to the future host process. I think this will be a crucial point for our future discussions. So many questions for our organization, but together we will find it. And for all these questions and challenges, we need a strong IOC administration, a strong IOC, and a very strong ANOC family. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Carl. Did you want to comment, Christoph or Carl? Or James?
Yes. First, to greet Carl in Bangkok, of course, and I think that the straight answer to the question is that all NOC, as I mentioned, are joined or invited to join in this strategic thinking. We at the IOC, of course, are spreading our effort over the next few years. You know that I mentioned that these were unprecedented times with the postponement of the Tokyo Games. It continues to be unprecedented with the COVID and the Beijing Games, which ask also a lot of attention, careful planning and investment on the IOC resources, and that's why we decided also to plan the strategic implementation of these 15 measures under Olympic Agenda 2020+5 carefully over the five next years. Some of them we have to implement immediately. James was mentioning the hospitality, the new hospitality approach. This is obviously something that we cannot let wait any longer. The same is valid for Olympic qualifiers. We want that to be ready for Paris 2024 in certain number of projects, and the same for the digital engagement, because we have to use the leverage of the existing games to have these things moving. But other of the planned initiatives will be, of course, carefully spread over the 5 next years. So my encouragement is an invitation to all the NOCs is to join forces and to follow the movement. We are there, James teams and these NOC relations team are there to help you in that process. And wanted also to take that opportunity, dear Chair, to of course salute and encourage and also highlight the work, the outstanding work that is done under the leadership of James and Perret in this area to support you and to get ready.
May I just briefly add to the remarks of Karl Stoß there concerning climate change. I think he's absolutely right in his analysis, and I just would like to reiterate, my request, my call on you to join this UN framework for sport for climate, which the IOC has initiated, and where so far 270 sports organizations have joined. So the ones of you who have not joined, please join. Contact our people. We will tell you what it means and what you can do there then to protect our climate. And I would also, again, like to request that you look into your organization and see whether you can follow the lead of the IOC by making the commitment to reduce your direct and indirect greenhouse emissions by 50% until 2030, according to the Paris Agreement and the latest science. And there you will see in a couple of days also there an urgent call coming from the COP26 in Glasgow, which will take place at the beginning of November. So please have a look into this so that we can really unite forces and again be stronger together to help fighting the climate change with all our means.
Thank you, President. We have a final intervention from the 56, Dominica. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, well, first of all, congratulations to the International Olympic Committee and Olympic Solidarity for the support that they have been given. We are a new executive ourselves. We only took up office 4 years ago, and we have attempted to do a lot of work to benefit our organization. You were talking in specific reference to the scholarships, Olympic scholarships, and I know that you have deadlines to implement the new program in January. Now, we in Panam area, we have the Youth Panam Games next month, and we are hoping, or I wanted to ask whether you could be flexible with your deadlines, because we are a small organization. We have a few athletes, young athletes, who will be taking part in that particular competition, and we would like to have a look at them to see how they would operate on the competition in the whole framework of things. So we want to find out whether you could give us a little extra time to see how those persons there would perform, so that we would have a clearer idea as to which of our athletes would qualify for the Olympic scholarships. Because we depend on the scholarships quite a bit, because one of our athletes, for the very first time in our country's history, we made the finals at the Olympic Games, and this is one of our major achievements. We're hoping that we can continue to make improvements, and for Paris Games, we are looking forward to probably even going onto the podium. But going back to the specific request that I would like to find out, whether you could give us some additional time after the Youth Panam Games, so that we could observe our athletes in competition to determine who is best qualified to receive those scholarships. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. We understand that very well, and flexibility is built into all of the Olympic Solidarity programs specifically for that purpose. We also changed our structure slightly at the beginning of this quadrennial. Olivier Nyamke is now the Associate Director responsible for athletes and sport development, because we understand it's a very complex ecosystem which involves the entourage, the athletes, continental level athletes, youth athletes, etc. And we put that all together in one bucket to make sure that every case in this room is different, and we will be able to respond to that, and that's why we have the team here. So please take the time to go and see them and sit down with them, and they'll be able to explain the opportunities, whether it's youth development, continental development, or indeed elite development for Olympic Games through the scholarships.
Thank you very much to the IOC team, Mr. President, for his intervention, the Director General, Emma Tejo, the new IOC Athletes Commission Chair. Congratulations, Emma, and look forward to working with you over the next 4 years. And of course to Olympic Solidarity and NOC Relations, who, as you know, have offices downstairs and are available to meet with you. We've organized the program so that we have the afternoon off to give you time to visit the offices and clarify anything to do with solidarity, NOC relations, and the IOC work generally. We haven't made any provisions for a coffee break, so if you feel you need caffeine, please just quietly move outside and replenish or get a cup of coffee. We have 3 more presentations to finish the day, so we have in order the Olympic Winter Games in Beijing, which is a virtual presentation, a presentation from our Paris colleagues who are here in the room, and then we finish off with, oh, I beg your pardon, a presentation from the International World Games Association, and then finally finish off the ANOC Commission work. So thank you very much to the IOC team for your presentation, and we'll make sure that you work for the rest of the day while most... Can I invite the chairman of the Coordination Commission for Beijing, Juan Antonio Samaranch, please, to lead the next topic, the report from the OCOG of the 24th Olympic Winter Games in Beijing.
Thank you very much, Robin. And thank you very much to all. Dear NOC President, Secretary Generals, friends from the NOCs, dear Olympic friends, first of all, it's a real pleasure to be here with you and introduce what is going to be, I believe, a very interesting presentation by our friends in Beijing 2022 Organizing Committee. We are less or around, not less, but around 100 days to go until entering in the stadium and launching the games. And this last stretch of collaboration with our friends in Beijing is being closer than ever. We have been working very, very hard together with not only BOCOG, but also with the Chinese authorities to make sure that the Olympic Games are not only successful and not only excellent experience for the athletes and the National Olympic Committees and all the parties involved, but also they are extremely safe. We have gone through a similar experience not long ago in the games in Tokyo, and we are trying to repeat that same protection to everybody, keeping and enhancing the athletes' experience and the people around the athlete. As we speak, test events are being held in Beijing, and most of the events that will be replicated, that will take place during the games. And we can report that this is being done in an extremely successful way. We have excellent quality of the venues, extraordinary good fields of play, and the comments that come from athletes, from coaches, from officials there, and from the international federations could not be more positive. Not only competition is being tested, all the other key functions to be able to successfully celebrate the games are also being tested at the same time. So we are pretty comfortable with where we are 100 days before the games. And I need from here and with all you present, congratulate once again the Beijing 2022 team that will be delivering their presentation right after this, my words. Today is the day finally for the release of the playbooks. It will be today, it's being today as we speak, and these playbooks, as it was said before, are central and key for the successful delivery of the event 100 days, as I said, from today. These playbooks are the result of the experience and the result of a very important collaboration between the IPC, the IOC, the Organizing Committee, and the Chinese and international health authorities. It will cover some of the key priorities and principles that we will need to make the games safe for everybody. And they have already been validated by the Executive Board of the IOC last month. A few highlights: we will live in a closed loop. It will be maybe a little bit more comfortable, but very much watertight. And that would allow every one of us to move from the venues and do the things that we have to do with dedicated transportation in a very safe way during our stay in China. We are all invited and very much encouraged to go there fully vaccinated. It is key to the strategy that we, as many as people as possible, go fully vaccinated. Although if someone decides not to vaccinate himself, they will have the alternative to go there 21 days in advance and go through the mandatory, in other walks of life in China, mandatory confinement of these 21 days that I mentioned. No international spectators coming from abroad, but we are certainly hoping that the very large international community resident in Beijing and other cities in China could really join us in the stands and give color and support to the athletes of their own nationalities. Still, capacity of the venues is being discussed, and it will depend on the necessary flexibility that we all have had to live through and learn to live with when we talk about COVID world. We will need to have the rules, we need to have the playbooks, but we will need to play it along with the development of the pandemic still. There will be a number of clearly physical distancing, hygiene measures. You are familiar with those things in our daily life across the world. It will be daily testing for everybody. And there will be the figure that so much helped everybody of the COVID liaison officers that will help very much in the run-up to the games and during the games themselves. Many more details are included in the playbooks. We are organizing briefings with all the interested parties, and the briefing with the chefs de mission and the team leaders of all the National Olympic committees will be next Monday, November 1st. Brace for that, is very important. Bring all your doubts, bring all your questions, and we'll try to do the best. Your questions are important not only because they need to be answered, but they generate other questions that we will need to raise with the organizing committee. So please show up for November 1st, and we'll work together on how to make sure we fully understand these measures. An updated, as I said, we'll need flexibility. An updated version of these playbooks will also be available by mid-December, and that will, at that time, be more close to what we should be expecting for games time. So we cannot do that without you. As I said, we need to collaborate and hand in hand with all of you to make sure that we have the latest information and that we, in real time, that you have the latest information in real time, and we can adapt the plans accordingly. One very important word here. This is a matter of individual and group responsibility. It doesn't matter how many playbooks we write. It doesn't matter how many rules we devise to keep us all safe. And it depends on each one of us and each one of our organizations ensuring and enhancing the full commitment to these rules. It is very, very important, and it is our responsibility. Read them carefully, the playbooks. Inform the athletes, inform the teams that are gonna go there. Because the plan is there not only to protect us, which is fine, and we appreciate that. The plan is also there to protect the very generous community that is gonna host us during a month, in the next month of February. A few words to finish and give the floor to Beijing team. Legacy is something we are very proud of with Beijing. It's legacy before the games have even started, and we have lots of examples there. We have the bringing 300 million people closer to winter games and winter activities, and this is already way underway. So it's legacy before the games. On the venues are finished and are being used and are being attending large numbers of local community in their own venues. Most of the venues, some of very important venues, come from 2008 itself. So legacy stories here are really extraordinary. We are grateful for the support of all the national Olympic committees and certainly of the ANOC administration. Thanks, Robin, you and your team and your executive committee for all that. Your contributions are precious for us. Knowing what your teams and what your organizations need makes us be better, makes us be a little bit more efficient in delivering the game. So thank you very much for that. We are certain at this stage, a little over 100 days to go, that we are in front of what can be very successful and very safe Olympic Winter Games. And we look to seeing you very, very soon, next year, February, in Beijing. Thank you very much. And I would give now the floor to the people of the organizing committee for their delivery. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Juan Antonio. And Beijing, you have the floor.
Thank you. Respected Acting President Robin Michel, and dear Mr. Samaranch, our Coordination Commission Chair, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to present Beijing 2022. And thank you, Mr. Samaranch, for all your warm-hearted, kind, and inspiring words. And of course, our dear NOC delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Beijing, or good morning to you in Athens. This is the first ever ANOC General Assembly after the outbreak of the pandemic. First and foremost, on behalf of Beijing 2022, I'd like to express our warm congratulations on the opening of this General Assembly. And of course, we take this opportunity to express our congratulations to Tokyo for the successful staging of the Olympic Summer Games. And I take this opportunity as well to express our warm congratulations to all the NOCs who have achieved great results in Tokyo, and those who have participated in Tokyo Games. And Tokyo Games has provided a comprehensive way of how to stage international sports events amid the pandemic. And of course, it sets an example for Beijing, and we can learn a lot from Tokyo. And the athletes have struggled and played very hard and interpreted Olympism in Tokyo, and has spread wish and hope and inspiration to the world. It is such a pity that we are unable to go to Crete, that beautiful place in Athens, in person to attend these games, not only because of the pandemic, but also because we are really very, very, very busy in preparing for the games in Beijing. And thank you for our host to have this arrangement for us to express to you our congratulations, and also to report to you, to ANOC and all the Olympic community, of what we are going on in terms of the preparation work. And of course, take this opportunity to thank our Greece Hellenic NOC for the successful torch lighting ceremony, and all the leaders in your country, the beautiful torch lighting ceremony. And the torch, the flame is already here, safe and sound, and very inspiring in Beijing. And in fact, in 2 days' time, we will come to the 100-day to go celebration. And with the great support from the IOC, especially Mr. Samaranch himself, our COCOM chair, and ANOC as well as you, the NOCs from different parts of the world. We have been very smooth in our preparation work for the Beijing Winter Games. For the present moment, all the venues and infrastructure are completed, and the services for the games is smooth underway. And of course, as Mr. Samaranch said a moment ago, we have released the first edition of the playbook in less than 1 hour ago. It's now already on the official website, both of the IOC and of Beijing 2022. And in fact, we are organizing a series of test events and international training weeks from the early October until the end of December. And we are undergoing the short track skating test event, as well as the sliding training week for the moment. And we have made positive achievements in sustainability, and we will remain athlete-centered and in close cooperation with the IOC, with ANOC, and with all the NOCs. And we try to solicit ideas and proposals
The internet connection with Beijing is unstable at the moment, so we'll just wait for our technology team to try and resolve the problem. In the interest of time and uncertainty about when we can reconnect, I'll ask our technology team to continue contacting Beijing. But in the minute, if Paris is available, could we ask the Paris organizer? Can we ask the Paris Organizing Committee to come and start their presentation, then we'll go back to Beijing as soon as they become available.
If I may, Mr. Robin Michel, can I continue the presentations from Beijing 2022?
Our presentation starts with video of our president, Tony Estanguet. So maybe technology, if you could send it, would be perfect. Thank you so much.
Monsieur le Président du CIO, cher Robin, Madame la Secrétaire Générale de l'ACNO, chère Gunilla, Mesdames et Messieurs les Présidents et Secrétaires Généraux des CNO, chers amis. Les 8 août.
On the 8th of August or the 1st of September, Tokyo passed the baton to Paris and we're officially the next host of the Olympic and Paralympic Summer Games. Thank you and congratulations to the Japanese for making the 2020 Games such a success in spite of the circumstances. Thanks to you, we once again were amazed by the athletes' performance and experienced all the emotions of the athletes, and that was something we missed so much. And thank you to all of you, the National Olympic Committees, for supporting the athletes in the months of preparation before Tokyo, enabling them to really participate in the game and to allow us to dream. In exactly 1,000 days, on 26th of July 2024, we will open the Games in Paris. We're ready to take up the challenge and to welcome the world with all the partners involved since the beginning of the project, and particularly the CNSOF. We have built a project for spectacular and sustainable games, open to all, and co-constructed with you, the National Olympic Committees. Every day we're working together to bring this ambition to life, and all the indicators are green for the delivery of the infrastructure, for our engagement programs and our legacy strategy. Thank you to you all for your support. We look forward to welcoming you to France. And I'll let Sophie Laurence in charge, the Director of International Relations, and her team in charge of the NOC Relations and Services, to give you a more detailed progress report on Paris 2022. Enjoy the General Assembly and see you soon. Sorry, Paris 2024, I should have said.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everybody. It's a great honor for me and for my team to be here in front of you today to present the progress of Paris 2024 preparations. But let's go to the nitty-gritty. I'd just like to say that our presentation will be done in 3 languages, in French, in Spanish, and in English. As you probably know, the 23rd Olympiad Games will take place in Paris on the 26th of July to the 11th of August 2024. These games are going to be resolutely innovative, spectacular, and open to all. Tony had promised this to you, and we are all in the starting blocks. They're going to be opened when the first race is organized in the Champs-Élysées, where participants will be able to see how well they can perform against the top athletes. This is an original approach which prefigures an idea which is something which is important. We want to have a marathon for all, which will take place in 2024, and it will be open to all. But I want to give you some details. We'll see that aspect a bit later. Between then, we are going to be organizing spectacular games because we're going to offer you Paris and the River Seine as a place where a lot of festivities will be taking place. A lot of competition sites and celebration sites will be taking place at the very heart of Paris. We're going to have a lot of sports in the center. You're going to have the triathlon at the foot of the Trocadero, and we will have other important games. We will also have the games for the whole of France, with competitions such as football, which will be played throughout the country, handball in Lille, sailing in Marseille, and a wonderful surfer competition in Tahiti with its wonderful waves. Our games are going to be Agenda 20+5 oriented, with most of our installations already in existence. For example, the mythical stadium of Roland Garros or the Stade de France, where football is played. Other sites are being renovated, the Marina in Marseille, for example, or the Grand Palais in Paris, where the competitions of fencing and taekwondo will be taking place. Our temporary sites will celebrate the architectural heritage of France with, for example, beach volley at the foot of the Eiffel Tower, equitation in Versailles. The first temporary infrastructure site has already been built. It is the Champ de Mars Arena, and you will be able to see it on the screen. It is the photograph at the bottom right of the screen. At the present time, it is cultural events which take place there, but soon sports events will also take place there. Finally, for the rare sites which have to be built, they all meet the requirements of our territory. All the lights are green. The building of the village is going ahead, and on the 1st of March 2024 they will be opened on time. The new aquatic centre and the Chapelle Centre are also being built at the moment. These games are also going to be innovative. They will, for example, be the first games where there will be as many women athletes as men athletes. It will also be the first games with a positive contribution to climate protection. And we're looking forward to working with you, the NOCs, to develop the e-practices which respect the environment. We've also got other inventions and innovations up our sleeve. For example, the ceremonies will be one of those innovations. Finally, Paris 2024 wants to show that it has a heritage to show you. The DNA is fraternity. For example, the CNOF, Olympic Solidarity, and Paris 2024 have launched a program which is called Ambassadors 2024 Generation. These volunteers will come from your NOCs, may well become your assistants for the NOCs during the Olympic Games. So please go to our websites so you'll be able to see something more about the program, but other programs which we will be developing with the bank, which is the French Development Bank, in order to promote solidarity and sustainable sport together with the sustainable development goals, as well as the 365 strategy. Paula Morin is in charge of the Department of NOC Relations, and she's going to be speaking to you in Spanish. Paula.
Calimera, gracias.
Calimera, thank you very much. To begin, I'm just going to talk about our team, the NOC Relations Committee. We are a multicultural and multilingual committee, as you could expect, and we're going to be working closely for you and with you. We're going to working with talented persons who have the necessary skills. And they're going to be your allies inside the organizing committee. As we have more members joining our team, we will be presenting our full team, including our IT team via kiosk, and we will be all talking about all the continental sports which will be starting as of next year. Other opportunities to get to know us are events being organized for you. For example, online, for example, virtual events, which will be taking place in February. We also had online activities which will be taking place this year. Then we had mini sessions which are published on our extranets, and these are various subjects which are covered, for example, relations and the Olympic Village. Over the next few months we will be preparing more videos which will be of interest to you. So we know that you will want to visit Paris, and we would like you to come and visit Paris, and we are preparing therefore individual visits to Paris which will be available as of March of this year. And of course it will be subject to the health regulations which will apply at the time. In order to ask for a visit, please let us know, and the applications will be available online as of January. We're also preparing the welcome days, which are group visits, such as the ones that were organized in 2019. At that opportunity, we will be organizing a visit to the Olympic Village. Here is the Olympic Village. This is in the north of Paris, in Seine-Saint-Denis department, and it is very well placed. 80% of our competition sites are less than 30 minutes away, and public transport in the zone allows you to get into the heart of the city very quickly. This is a recent photograph where you can see exactly where the villages are located. And you can see the River Seine. It is a very spectacular sight. We are actually on time in our building work, and this will be completed by the end of 2023. At the moment, we are working on the various sites which are going to accommodate your delegations. So the village is taking shape. Let us look at what's going to happen in 2024 when the games take place. It is compact, it is practice. You can see that the River Seine goes through the village, and you can see a continental zone, and then you have an island zone. Let us start with the main entrance, which you can see closer to the River Seine. You can see an areas where your delegations can come together. And when you visit the games, you will see this for yourselves. Let's look at the residential area where your athletes will be housed during the games. The center of NOC services, the gymnasium, and the information for sports information. This is already in an existing business. It's a former electricity power station. Then we also have other training centers, and those training venues will be confirmed over the next few months. The main dining hall, which is the focal point of the village, where athletes will be able to take advantage of international menus and will be able to enjoy French gastronomy. And Sodexo is going to be our main partner here. Then there is going to be a second restaurant, which is closer to those living in the island part of this village. You can also the processing area for the delegations, as well as the transport services, which will take your athletes to the training and competition sites. The polyclinic, the multi-faith center, and the anti-doping center are in the southern part of the village. We also have places where the NOCs can park their vehicles, and the logistics area. And finally, we have the village club, which is a place where people can come together, rest, enjoy themselves, and it's going to be an important part of the village. All these services will be found around 71 buildings, which will be housing your athletes and officials during the course of the games. This is integrated into the urban area of Seine-Saint-Denis department. This is our village. You can see that from one side to the other, all the zones are accessible on foot, and the maximum distance is 1.6 kilometers. We're looking forward to welcome you so that you can see it for yourselves. And then there is another subject. In June, we're going to be setting out the pre-games training camps catalogue. That catalogue is something which required a lot of coordination in order to choose more than 800 and plus world-class facilities. This is going to be for your committees, for your federations, your national sports federations, and your athletes who will be able to train in France as well as in our overseas territories. The catalogue will be updated in 2022 as we have more confirmation of building development. I'm going to give the floor to Gavin, who's going to do the presentation now in English.
Thank you, Paola. Good afternoon. I'm delighted to speak to you about our communications program for NOCs. We know how much NOCs rely on timely and accurate information, and for that reason, this year we've dedicated a lot of our resources to putting in place a robust communications program that will help NOCs to navigate all the information that we'll be sharing over the next 3 years, and there's a lot of information. This July saw the highlight of our communications program so far with the launch of our NOC extranet, which is very kindly hosted by the IOC on their NOCnet platform. We've already uploaded lots of information, including the mini sessions that Paola just spoke about. Also, all of our pages are available in French, English, and Spanish with quick links to relevant sections. We're confident that you'll enjoy using the extranet, but if you have any suggestions or questions about the content, then please get in touch. Hot off the press, last week we published our latest newsletter, which is called Kiosk, after the iconic newsstands that you can find all over Paris. The format is very user-friendly. You can read it on your smartphone or your notebook, and obviously includes a lot of quick links as well to useful pages. To subscribe to the kiosk and our other email communications, please contact ncs@paris2024.org, or speak to one of us after this presentation. This summer, we also launched our Facebook and Instagram accounts for NOCs. We don't want to create extra work for you. This is really just another way of sharing interesting and hopefully useful news. In the months and years ahead, we'll be posting on a weekly basis about our plans for the Games, the beautiful venues that Sophie just presented to you, as well as French language and culture. And we really hope that this will help you and your teams prepare for and get excited about an amazing summer in France. As you can see, there's a lot of great work happening at Paris 2024 right now, and this slide really just summarizes some of the important and useful information that's coming your way shortly. The updates include everything from the NOC accommodation guide and confirmation of the official ports of entry at the end of this year, to the competition schedule and the travel support grant policy in 2022. As Sophie mentioned, the presentation is available in French and English. It's also already on NOCnet. We can share the link if you can't find it. If you have any questions, we would be delighted to discuss them with you. We're at the General Assembly until tomorrow, or you can send us an email at the address on the screen. And now a short video that captures the excitement of the handover from Tokyo this summer. We hope this gives you a first taste of the celebrations and passion that await you at these Games. Merci et à bientôt.
Thank you very much, Paris, for the excellent presentation. We'll see whether there's any questions from the floor and virtually, if you don't mind. Please raise your number if you want to ask questions of the presentation. No? There's no questions, it seems, from the floor and virtually. Please extend our thanks and compliments to the President of the Organizing Committee, and thanks to the three of you for being here with us. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, President.
Technology, if you can, we'll resume with Beijing presentation. Apologies, Beijing, for having to cut you short while we try to reconnect, but we're happy to continue the presentation. Please.
Oh, I'm sorry. We had some problem in connecting. Well, as I said, that our motto is together for a shared future. So it is China's expression of faster, higher, stronger, and together, the Olympic spirit. And we hope we can be together for a shared future of all of us. Now, please allow me to brief our progress of the preparation work from 5 aspects. Venue construction. All venues are complete, and the the competition venues. The non-competition venues are smooth underway, and 3 Olympic villages are delivered. The main media center has been delivered to the OBS, and after the pandemic, we have hosted FIS, and other stakeholders to have inspections of the 3 competition zones, and the different IFs have had very high assessment of the venue facilities, and they think that our facilities, our venues, are in line with the standards and requirements of the competitions. And for the next stage, we will finish the construction of all venues and finalize COVID-19 countermeasures as we will deliver the final version of our playbook later in December. And of course, temporary construction and accessible facilities will also be improved. As for games service support, according to the COVID countermeasures requirements and our playbook, we will coordinate with our stakeholders and contract hotels to provide as best services as possible in cafeteria, accommodation, and traffic. And we have recruited our volunteers for the games time, and we will have training of these volunteers both online and offline. And third, for COVID-19 countermeasures, the IOC EB meeting reviewed and passed the major countermeasures for the COVID control for Beijing 2022, and we have made clear the vaccination, closed loop management, the accredited guest accommodation, and also testing, all kinds of policies. And today we just released this playbook. As our COCOM chair, Mr. Samaranch, said, it is not a playbook for group or not a playbook for individual or for a group. It is a requirement of full commitment of the rules, not only to protect ourselves, but also to protect the games as a whole. So I do hope that we will have, we will have a very close contact in terms of how we should apply these playbooks. And we plan to have a briefing for the playbooks for athletes and officials on the 1st of November. At that time, we will try to have a detailed explanation of our COVID countermeasures policies. And we wish to listen and hear your proposals, because it is really very important to have these countermeasures in order to put on a successful Beijing Winter Games. And we do hope that all of you, NOCs, ANOC, together with us, can do a good job in implementing these countermeasures to ensure all participants' compliance with the policies and requirements. And I also would like to brief a bit about the test events, as I already said a little bit a moment ago. From the 5th of October until the end of November, we have and will put on 10 international competitions, 3 international training weeks, 2,000 athletes, team officials, and technical officials have come and will come to China, and in a closed-looped way to have competitions as well as to exercise their different, I mean, the technical officials will exercise their different duties. This is the last test event. It's a kind of a real-time testing for the Beijing Winter Games preparation work. And we will, in good coordination with all our stakeholders, to have assessment and to try to improve all our services in order to have to lay a solid foundation for the smooth running of the games at the real games time. And the athletes and technical officials generally have a very good point of view of our venues, of the competition organizing work. But however, we know we have a lot of to improve. And we do hope that you, because I know that a lot of NOCs are joining these test events and training weeks together with the IF. So we hope that you could give us a lot of ideas, a lot of proposals, a lot of suggestions in order to have a safer and better preparation for the Winter Games in general. And for culture activities and promotion, we have, as I said, the motto released, the official motto and posters. And in 2 days' time, we will have a 100 days to go celebration. And we will release medals, uniforms, and music works. And on the 18th of October, the Olympic flame lighting and handover ceremony was successfully held in Athens, and the flame display and torch relay events that follow will further promote and create a more friendly atmosphere for the Games. Well, that was my presentation. And now I'd like to invite my colleague, the Director of NOC Services, to brief you the key information on all kinds of services. And if you allow us, Mr. Michel, we'd like, can we give the floor to my colleague, Mr. Zhang Guannan, our Director for NCS. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Madam Zhang. And dear NOC friends, first of all, thank you very much for your constant understanding of and support for the Beijing 2022 NOC services. We highly value our communications with the IOC, with the ANOC, also, of course, with all the NOCs. We will stay devoted to provide high quality services to the NOCs against the pandemic. And we have regular exchanges with many NOCs through the online meetings and emails. In February this year, we held the Chef de Maison webinars and organized the one-on-one meetings with 67 NOCs. We adapted the situation and held the online tours to the venues and the villages in April and August, respectively. And you can find these videos on the Beijing 2022 extranet. And this year, we have received some NOC's representatives in China and helped them to visit the venues and the villages. And for the travel support grant, after in-depth discussion with the IOC, Beijing 2022 has confirmed the travel support grant under the COVID-19 situation and will communicate the amount to the NOCs starting from this week. NOCs, please contact your regional manager or our NOC service teams at your earliest convenience and provide us your bank account information. For the details of the support grant, please refer to the Chef de Maison guide released on January. Here are some key points. The first, the grant will be paid in the form of cash, not to any third parties, and the first payment, about 60%, will be paid to ANOCs starting from the end of October. For the ANOCs that have 3 or fewer athletes qualified at the time of the first payment, the support grant will be withheld and paid after the games. Based on the requirement of the pandemic prevention and the playbooks, some policies have been adjusted and important timelines have also been updated in accommodation, accreditation, transportation, and other FAs, mainly including the following. For accreditations, accreditation applications for all categories except for the international dignitaries have been closed on October the 15th. ANOCs that have not yet submitted your long list, but still you have some need for accreditations, please contact our accreditation teams. And we are discussing with IOC your concerns on some of the policies, including the quota of the CRO and the village administration passes. And we will release this information very, very soon. ANOCs are required to submit all international dignitary registrations by November the 30th. And we will distribute the pre-valid card from late December. The PVC will be used as the entry visa starting from the January the 4th, 2022. For accommodation, on September the 30th, we updated the ANOC accommodation guide. Recently, we have been actively coordinating with the local government, with the contract hotels, the non-contract hotels, and assist several ANOCs to move from the non-AAA accommodation facilities to the AAA hotels. In order to provide better accommodation services, we updated the accommodation cancellation policy to give you more flexibility. From October the 16th until the December the 15th, 2021, when the number of room nights released per hotel corresponds to 30% or less of the total room night booked, by the October the 15th, no cancellation fee will be charged. For the COVID-19 countermeasures, the first version of the playbooks, as just mentioned by my colleagues, was just released today, and we will hold a playbook briefing for ANOCs on November the 1st. Soon you will receive the invitation and some useful information for that briefings. In December, according to the current plans, we will release the final version of the playbooks. For transportation, we are actively coordinating with the sponsors, with the local government and the related department to try to provide efficient and convenience transportation services for ANOCs within the scope of the pandemic prevention and control. And we plan to release the transportation guide in December. Due to the closed loop management during the games times, we have to cancel the self-drive policies. Instead, we will provide you full-time drivers for dedicated vehicles, but also for the rail car vehicles to meet your 24 hours need. Dedicated vehicles and rail car vehicles are allowed to run across the 3 competition zones. For arrival and departures, I know you have a lot of concerns on this. We encourage ANOCs to organize the chartered flights on your own or jointly. If you cannot do that, we will rely on the Chinese and other countries' government, the civil aviation authorities, airline companies, to promote the establishment of several airline hubs around the world to operate the direct temporary flight to Beijing for the participant in the games time. And the ticket will only be available for the games-related persons. In October, we will send the questionnaires to you to collecting your potential flight information. And in November, we will release the arrival and departure system user manuals. For victory ceremonies, the victory ceremony schedule will be released in the time according to the competition schedules in December. In addition, the final version of the healthcare guide and drug guide will be updated in the near future. The rate card late ordering period will end on November the 30th, and the deadline for all the payments for the rate card normal and late orders will be the end of this year, December 31st. For logistics, the venue delivery guide will be released in November, and the policies for the installation of flags and other decorations in the villages will be released also in November. And the village guide will be released in December, and the pre-opening of the 3 villages will begin on January the 23rd, and the villages will officially open on January the 27th. For sports, our sport department is communicating with the IFs on the games time training arrangement, and the team leaders guide, including the training schedules, will be released in December. For NOC services, at the games times, we will prepare the gift bags for athletes and team officials by quarter, including some travel set, the mascot, pins, and some memorable item with Chinese characteristics. And more information will be shared in the Beijing 2022 extranet. Finally, starting from November the 1st until the December the 15th, we will hold the pre-DRMs with the NOCs, and the digital DRMs will start from the January the 1st to the 22nd, and the final DRMs will be held in the Beijing village from the January the 23rd until the February the 3rd, 2022. Please communicate with the regional managers to set the date and time suitable for you. We will stand ready to work closely with you to ensure a smooth progress of the meetings, to understand and solve your problems in a timely manner, and to lay a good foundation for your participation in the Beijing 2022. We are looking forward to seeing you in Beijing. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Zheng Guiyan and Mr. Zheng Guanan for the presentations. As the membership can see, it's going to be a very busy November and December in terms of what you need to read and what you need to interact with the organizing committee in Beijing. Before opening the floor to questions, I'd just like to give the floor to James McLeod for a presentation on the vaccination program.
It's not working. Yes, it is. Thank you, Robin. Just me again, sorry for the intervention, but just a reminder that the IOC did send out some information to the NOCs relating to the possibility of obtaining additional vaccinations for your athletes and team officials for the Beijing Games. So if you are interested in that, in need of that, please get in touch, and similar to what we did before Tokyo, we'll be able to assist in that area. So please get in touch with me if that is of interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. Are there any questions from the floor of the Beijing presentation? Finland, number 68.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you for the Beijing Organizing Committee for the presentation. Obviously, there are a lot of issues still to be solved and a lot of open details, but what's our concern, and I think it's still, even though Playbook provides some additional information, concern of many NOCs is traveling. And as we heard, some kind of transport guide will be released in December. That's really late. So would that be possible to be released earlier, or at least given additional information regarding the traveling way earlier than in December? And then I have a detailed question regarding the playbooks released this morning. We received from the IOC call some preliminary information a few weeks ago, and on top of that there are now some new definitions. The playbook is talking about eligible airlines, but it's not describing how and by whom are those eligible airlines defined. So my question is, how is this eligibility of the airline defined and by whom, and what's the process? being able to better understand who can provide commercial flights, who can provide temporary flights, and so on. Thanks.
Thank you, Finland. I give the floor to Spiros.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think Finland started raising some of the issues that many other NOCs are being concerned. Would like to thank the Beijing organizing people for doing their work and providing us information, and also the playbooks that were released today, but that we didn't have the chance yet to study. I think the major concern has to do with how we get our athletes to Beijing and how we bring them back. Thank you for letting us having charters, but not everybody can have a charter flight and can rent a charter. And then with eligible flights, we don't know, again, there are very few airlines now traveling to China. Therefore, we need to find the soonest possible information. I think from our side, we need to have collaboration among the bigger NOCs who plan to travel by charter flights and to find ways also to accommodate smaller NOCs. But I think all this issue about the support grant, that we don't know what it is and we don't know how much it's going to cost for the NOCs to bring their athletes, I think it's something that should be revisited, and we should get the information the soonest possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Beijing and Mr. Samaranch will come back to you, but we'll be raising the questions as we go along and allow you to answer the questions shortly. Any other interventions? No, nothing virtually. So, Mr. Guanem, do you want to go first, followed by Mr. Samaranch, please, to reply to the questions?
Dear NOC friends, thank you for your questions. Yes, it is quite true that some of the information was delayed due to the COVID-19 situations. And I believe that for the travelings, it is not only your concerns, but it is also for our concerns. And you know, this issue, how to solve these issues cannot only rely on Beijing 2022. We need to discuss with the Chinese aviation authorities, with other countries' civil aviation authorities, and together with the airline companies. And we need to decide which is the international hubs to meet all your needs. That's why we are trying to make questionnaires to all of you to know your possible flight informations during the games times. And that's why it is better for us to discuss these issues with such kind of the authorities. I believe that on November the 1st, for the briefings of the playbooks for AOCs, there will be more and clearer answers to these questions. And for the support grants, and we will just send an email to Mr. James McLeod to confirm the support grant to the AOCs. And we will start to communicate with the AOCs for the detailed support amount I believe, starting from maybe from tomorrow or the day after. So these are some of the questions. And thank you very much for Mr. Robin Michel.
Thank you. Juan Antonio, do you have anything to add?
Well, yeah, maybe a little bit. I think that the answer from Beijing is we would love it to be more clear, but it's a very complex matter that affects so many people in the civil aviation authorities from many countries that let me try to summarize it. First, and very soon, all the NOCs and all the interested parties, all the relevant parties will receive a questionnaire where the organizing committee and us at the coordination commission, we will have a clear picture of how many people at which precise dates and from which locations they are gonna come. They are planning to go to into Beijing and then out of Beijing. Let me concentrate on into Beijing for a minute. Once this information is compiled, it will be treated as a whole piece and trying to find the right solutions for it. One is certainly there will be charters, and it could be from one National Olympic Committee or one organization like FIS, or it could be shared by several of these organizations. For the ones that cannot participate or decide not to participate in chartering flights, we have the compromise by the organizing committee that once they have the information, they will take a maximum of 20 days to find a solution, appropriate solution for any travel requirements by any of the Olympic parties accredited to the Games. And this is a commitment that we have from BOCOM that we trust it will be really followed. So we need to gather the information, then we will, the hubs, the 3-4 hubs that are being considered at this stage will be decided, and scheduled flights will be organized through negotiations by BOCOM with civil aviation to try to take people in the right dates from those hubs into Beijing. For out of Beijing, it's also, it will be, I think it's in the playbook, of course, there will be certain flexibility compared to what happened in Tokyo. There's going to be a flexibility in the maximum stay of the athletes post-competition, because there is a difficulty of getting them out of Beijing. There might be a difficulty. So we will need to know with certain flexibility, but we will be working on trying to get a big bunch of the people coming in and out to know about what are their plans, and we can accordingly then organize the flights back into the hubs that I mentioned. So still very much work in progress. Finland, Spiros, I know that this question has been put to us at the Coordination Commission and is central to the meetings that we are going to have 10 days from now in the last COCOM prior to the game. So we understand it's late. We understand that you all need to know and need to organize very complex logistic structures to get everybody there in time and in shape. And we are working on it. It's not the easiest thing, having to organize the games in in China today with their very serious and strict restrictions on traveling. So more to come.
Okay, I don't see any more questions from the floor, but understand that there's a lot of information that's required. You received the playbook, and I guess the first opportunity to get some clarity would be at the briefing on the 1st of November. So if there are no more questions as far as I can see. No? Well, thank you very much, Beijing and Juan Antonio. There's a bit of work to be done on behalf of our NOCs, and we look forward to communicating and hearing from you in the near future. Thank you. The next item, if they're available, is the presentation from the International World Games Association with Mr. Jose Perurena, the President, and the Secretary General. If you're available, it's a virtual presentation, and following that, we have the last item of the ANOC Sustainability Plan. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Acting President Mitchell. May I ask for the first slide and start the video, please? No, I may ask the technicians to go 2 slides back, because there was just the video after the opening slide. Still one back, please.
It has been a long way for the World Games, from their birth 40 years ago to become the second most important multi-sports games in the world. Many things have changed, but we still believe in excellence, sustainability, and diversity. In less than 1 year, the World Games will be back. Come and join us in 2022 for the 11th edition of the World Games in Birmingham, Alabama.
Next slide, please. Dear Acting President Mitchell, dear Executive Council members, dear NOC delegates. On behalf of IWGA President and the IWGA family, I thank you for the opportunity to giving a short presentation of the IWGA and the World Games 2022, the most important championship for non-Olympic elite athletes of Olympic and non-Olympic IFs. Next slide, please. The presentation contains two sections. The first of all is to introduce a little bit the IWGA and the Games, and the second will be concentrated on the Games next year in 2022. The International World Games Association is the governing body of the World Games and contains at the moment 39 member federations held every 4 years, always after the Summer Olympic Games. The IWGA is fully recognized and supported by the Olympic Committee. As a non-profit, independent international organization, we serve for our member federations, which in the meantime are 39. Next slide, please. The concept of the World Games consists of traditional and non-traditional sports with formats that fit to the future, to the audience on site and for the media for global distribution. At least it is a concept that is the showcase for RIS and especially for the athletes. Next slide, please. The editions of the World Games have been hosted between 1981 and 2001 on 3 continents. And next slide, please. You can see with the 11th edition, we go back to the US, to Birmingham, and should have celebrated our 40th years anniversary over there this year. As you know, we also had to postpone our games, and therefore they will be hosted now in 2022. We already, as you also can see, signed in for 2025, and we go also to China, to Chengdu, a lovely city in the southeast of China. There, in the meantime, we also negotiate on games for 2029 with interested cities. Next slide, please. The IWGA started in the late 70s with 16 federations. And at the end of this year, we have 39 federations, which became in the meantime member. Next slide, please. All OIFs are committed to the IOC ideals of excellence, anti-doping, fair play, and what has to be done to host fair and open-minded games. The International World Games Association, as a recognized organization by the IOC, looks also always that there's a progress to the Olympic programming based on society of factors. Next slide, please. In regular meetings with the IOC sports department and other departments, we live this close collaboration of the Olympic agenda. With a mixture of happiness and sadness, we have lost some of our sports or disciplines which now perform extremely well at the Olympic Games, like sport climbing, karate, rugby sevens, amongst others. But it is our job to educate our member federations to improve their performance and to be prepared even for better stages. Next slide, please. The following 2 slides should be of high importance for those of you and show some information about numbers. For example, like here, of which countries we have the highest participation in our 2017 games in Poland. Yes, for sure. The host city always has a high number, and therefore we have to relevate that Poland is far leading in this case. But you see the top 10 and other information, or the full table is provided as information on the website, as you can see with the link on the left side down where you can ask for that. Next slide, please. Looking on the overall numbers of the top 10 participating countries regarding the medal tables, we see that we have all the big sport nations over here that are also very successful at Olympic Games and other multi-sport events. Once again, as we have participated more than 100 countries in the World Games, you will find the further information in the link provided on the left bottom of this slide. Next slide, please. The perception of the World Games over the last 4 decades is documented by the figures of the broadcasting hours, the viewers, and the impressions on social media, which you will find here. We are proud that we could increase this interest also for all these non-Olympic sports worldwide, and we still work hard on that to get all the athletes really accepted for their performances at their showcase at the World Games. Next slide, please. I come now to the second part of the agenda, the World Games 2022. Please start the video. Next slide, please. The timeline for the games, as you have seen, we start on the 7th of July, and between the 8th and the 17th of July, we have the competitions, and also hosting our World Games Plaza for all the athletes participating in these games, but not only for the athletes, also for all spectators on site, for all supporters, and for the whole family of the World Games. On the 17th, we close the games with a ceremony also in the new stadium that was built for Birmingham. And we are proud that this is one of the legacies of the postponement of these games, I have to mention, because this was already under construction and could have been used last year or this year. And now it is ready for the World Games next year. Next slide, please. Some figures on the games. We have 11 days. We have 34 sports participating, 3,600 athletes, and 223 medals events will be hosted at these days. Next slide, please. We mentioned already 34 sports, which are listed over here, will participate in these games. And amongst others, we have air sport, dance sport, flying disc, handball, karate, lacrosse, Muay Thai, roller sports, softball, or wushu. And this program was compiled together with the host city using the existing venues, or those, as I just mentioned, had been under construction, but not for the World Games, but for the city itself. Next slide, please. We all learned that for the preparation of these games in these very difficult circumstances, we lean and rely on good communication. And therefore, we sent out several bulletins, and the last one was just published in July 2021, in which we inform the IS and all our partners what is going on site, what do you need for your preparation as information, and what do you expect at the games next year. For this reason, we also host at the end of November on the 29th and 30th a meeting with the competition managers in Birmingham, in which we discuss all the relevant items that the venues, the equipment, the stay for the athletes will be well prepared. On the 1st and 2nd December, there will be for those NOCs and national sport organizations a preparation meeting which want to support their athletes not only in their preparation but also during their stay in Birmingham. Up to 2017, we learned that some of you also support athletes, your national athletes on site, and we will appreciate your efforts and your support for those athletes, because it is, I think, very easy to understand that those have a better chance to get for better results. Next slide, please. Also, to provide a good communication and that nothing is lost or that all your questions are well deserved and answered, we will have a structure with the local organizing committee in which you can see that you please contact us with your inquiries, with your questions, and that we then, together with the LOC, with the International Federation or National Federation, try to sort out all those and come back to you with hopefully sufficient information and support. Next slide, please. And this brings me directly to the reason for which we try to present here also at this assembly and to address to you. We want to be a good partner, a good counterpart to you who try to be supportive to the athletes. As the umbrella organization, you mainly worldwide also look for the good representing of the sport of the non-Olympic sports during our games. And with your point as reference and support, we definitely are convinced that at the end of the day, your country, your nation will be also shown up very high in the medal table. Next slide, please. Our comprehensive online platform is built up to facilitate our collaboration with you. I do not get into the details which you find here listed, but definitely it is also a tool that you are used to in your work with the IOC or with the host of Olympic Games. We gather here all information that you need to have at hand to make up your plannings nationally and at least for the games, to send your athletes and to support them during their stay. Please go back to that, and the next slide, please. We are aware that you are overwhelmed by all the information, and therefore we provide this contact information in general, which you can find on the slide. And next slide, please. Also for the specific preparation of the World Games 2022 next year. Please make use of this information or hand it over to your colleagues or staff at the office later on. Next slide, please. Dear Acting President Mitchell, it was my pleasure to present shortly to you the World Games and the IWGA to your delegates, and I'm pleased to answer questions, if any. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General of the IWG, for your presentation. Are there any questions from the floor or virtually to the IWG Secretary General? There doesn't appear to be any questions, so thank you very much, Mr. Gosso, for your presentation, and I'm sure the NOCs will be in contact if they need more information in the lead up to the Games next year. Thank you. We're now looking at our final presentation from the ANOC report on sustainability and the role of the NOCs, and we have the NOC of Denmark and the NOC of Spain working with Gustavo Harado of our office, ANOC office. So you're invited to come up and present. Gustavo, if you'd recall, there's a request or a question put forward by Morocco about your sustainable, if you could address that during the course or at the end of your presentation.
Very well. Okay.
But the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. I believe sustainability was one of the most repeated words here in this event, and I think it makes sense that we concluded with it this time. So the topic really is the role of sustainability in terms of the role of the NOC in sustainability. Coming back to Olympic Agenda 2020+5, recommendation number 10, it is to strengthen the role of sport as an important enabler of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Here, we're going to focus on the climate UN goal, which is number 13. So supporting the NOC path, ANOC is working hand in hand with the team at the IOC. Our goals are to increase the number of NOCs that joins the UN Sports for Climate Action Framework, as it was praised by the President Bach not long ago, and also to facilitate the NOC's path by providing guidance and experience exchange, in addition to funding through Olympic Solidarity's Olympic Values Program. So in terms of a little bit more on the Sports for Climate Action Program on the UN, their objectives are two. First is to achieve a clear trajectory for the global sports community to combat climate change through commitments and partnerships according to verified standards, including measuring, reducing, and reporting greenhouse emissions, in line with the well below 2-degree scenario enshrined by the Paris Agreement. Number two is using sports as a unifying tool to federate and create solidarity among global citizens for climate action. So I believe that ANOC, together with the IOC here, is speaking to you. We're already contributing to this, and we really hope that you, as the NOCs, our members, take a step forward, join Sports for Climate Action, and also spread the message in your own territories. Sports for Climate Action has 5 principles. Number 1 is to undertake systematic efforts to promote greater environmental responsibility, reduce overall climate impact, educate for climate action, promote sustainable and responsible consumption, and also advocate climate action through communication. The Sports for Climate Action is an IOC-led collaboration with UNFCCC, facilitating NOC membership. ANOC became a member since December 2020, and as of today, 11 national Olympic committees are already signatories. Further on, we're going to have the NOCs of Spain and Denmark sharing their experience with us today. And needless to say that the IOC was a key role and is a key role into this process. And for now, I'm going to ask Julie Dufus, the Senior Sustainability Manager from the NOC, to join us online. You're on, Julie. Can you activate her sound, please?
Can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. I'll start again. Thank you, Gustavo. Good morning to all of you in Crete and to all of you online, and good morning to colleagues and friends. It's a pleasure to be with you, and thank you to ANOC and thank you, Gustavo, for inviting me. I wanted to give you a very quick update on actions the IOC are taking in climate change, some of which you have already heard about today and yesterday. We know that this is the greatest challenge humanity has ever faced. If we want our children to enjoy sport, to grow and become Olympians, we have got to act now. Over the past year, we've all experienced the pandemic. We have seen the hottest year on record, the largest amount of fires, storms and floods, the worst air pollution, the biggest loss of species, and more people are becoming homeless due to a dramatically changing climate. We need to come together and fight this challenge together as one Olympic movement, as one ANOC family. Gustavo's already touched on the Olympic Agenda 2020+5, so I will only add to that climate really is a key focus of our work and is embedded throughout the IOC Olympic strategy. Yes, it is about measuring and reducing our carbon emissions. We need to find ways to reduce by 50%, and we need to find new technologies, and we need to drive innovation. but it's also about using the unique platform that we have as sport to inspire action within the communities. From elite sport and at national levels, but also right down to the grassroots. This sets us apart from all other sectors. We have the chance to make change on a global scale. Climate action, however, is also about making ourselves resilient and adapting now before we are forced to adapt. We need to make sure sport and ourselves are able to be more resilient to our changing climate. There is no doubt anymore our climate is changing, and it is changing very fast. At the IOC, you would have heard the IOC President announcing yesterday that we are aligning with scientists and the United Nations and the Paris Agreement and reducing our direct and indirect emissions by 50% by 2030. Yes, this will be a challenge for all of us, but it is a challenge that we are ready to face and one we are ready to win together with all of you. We are working with communities in Senegal and Mali to plant an Olympic forest of over 200,000 hectares, one which in the next few years you also will be able to join us in on. This forest goes beyond planting trees. It is about giving jobs and social stability to the communities which have been devastated by droughts and desertification. It is about giving them a future and making them more resilient as well. We also have to use our influence to inspire change. And then, of course, most importantly, we will support you as NOCs. And I will talk to you about how we will do that in a little while. But for now, I'll hand back to Gustavo so you can hear from some NOCs who are already on track to winning this race. Thank you. Over to you, Gustavo.
Thanks, Julie. So as I mentioned in the beginning today, we're going to hear from two NOCs which are in the forefront in this sustainability campaign. But they have two different approaches to it. First, we're going to invite Ms. Dorte Andersen from the NOC of Denmark. Dorte, if you can take the stage. And it's going to be followed by Manuel Parga from the NOC of Spain. So Dorte is a sustainability expert, which is implementing different projects in her NOC. And Mr. Manuel Parga is a marketing director, and he's going to show you a little bit of how sustainability is also important to increase the value and the perception of your NOC, also with your fans, but also with your sponsors. So Dorte, if you can start. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, good morning or good afternoon. Kalispera. Before I start my presentation, I would like to that we all see a film, because it is a film of our all.
The people have spoken. Leaders of the world, you must lead. The continuation of our civilizations and the natural world upon which we depend is in your hands.
Climate change is actually having a really big effect, not only on winter sport, but summer sport. This is something that only isn't affecting the playing field. It's causing spectators not wanting to show up. It makes it difficult on athletes. This affects everybody.
That IOC is one of the institutions of the world that can have the most beneficial impact on how the world addresses climate change.
Sport is one of the unique things that brings the entire world together to change the world for better, and we need to do that for climate change.
This initiative will provide the sports world with the support it needs to help the global community to win the race against climate change.
Today, more than ever before, we are committed through the UN Sports for Climate Action Framework
to a successful and more sustainable sport.
We very much appreciate the leadership and the efforts of the IOC in order that we can really share best practices and be as effective as possible.
This is really the way for us to officially move ahead and take part.
Join Sports for Climate Action.
Together,
let's win the race
against climate change.
Thank you for inviting me here to share with you the experiences of the Danish NOC working with sustainability. Gustavo?
Yes,
can I have my slides, please?
NOC Denmark presentation.
Thank you. Just to put you in the picture of who we are in the Danish NOC, we are an umbrella organization with 62 national federations as members, in which there are 9,000 clubs, in which there are almost 2 million individual members, which is the third of the total population in Denmark. Having a third of the population as members commits us to take responsibility towards society. And I think that 3 decisions in our environmental history got us on the way to work with our national federations. In 1997, an environmental code of conduct was adopted by the General Assembly. And the year after, an environmental award was established for 10 years. In 2010, an environmental certification of national federations was introduced. All these years, the task was environmental, but we tried all along to consider all 3 aspects of sustainability: the social aspect, the economic aspect, and of course, the environmental aspect. Now, with the Sustainable Development Goals, we have found a common language to express what needs to be done to create a better world. Inspired by the IOC, we offered the SDG full attention in 2018. We asked, how do we play along? And we had a kick-off conference with focus on 3 goals. Number 5, gender equality. Number 11, sustainable cities and communities. And number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. We chose those goals because we knew it would be a challenge for us, because we didn't want greenwashing. As former Danish Minister for Environment, Kirsten Brosbøl, said, the Sustainable Development Goals are not a list of goals to be crossed off one by one. They are an agenda for change. And we took some important steps. Our General Assembly adopted a new political program with goals for sustainability. And we signed Sports for Climate Action framework, and we joined the As Sustainable as Possible project. About Sports for Climate Action framework, we have already heard from Julie and Gustavo what that is. I just want to say here that the framework leads and supports working groups, It brings expertise and best practices to us, provides us and you with tools. And the signatories commit to 5 principles, as Gustavo just said. So I would just stress principle 1, undertake systematic efforts to promote greater environmental responsibility. What does that mean? That the challenge must be met systematically. What we all need to do is start measuring our climate footprint. IOC and ANOC will help. Plan how to bring it down and act. I also promised to say something about the As Sustainable as Possible project. It is a mentor-mentee cooperation. Finland, Germany, and Denmark are mentors, and Hungary, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia are mentees in cooperation with the IOC. What do we do in this cooperation? We help each other to move from ad hoc projects to systematic efforts. And we, the mentors, also learn something from our mentees because we were front runners without tools. Now we have the sustainability measures to do together. And we develop educational material for other sports organizations, you, for example, and we create mentors out of mentees. I dare say that within a year, we have some of our mentees who can mentor you if you want. And maybe you think that sustainability is expensive. This is most often wrong, because sustainability is an investment in your future economy. It brings direct savings, it brings efficiencies, it minimizes waste, and it optimizes lifetime values of goods. And let me give you an example of how it saves energy. In my own house, back in Denmark, our family house, we installed solar panels 8 years ago. And yes, it did cost us money, but now we earn money because we sell our power to the company. So it was an investment, and now it is a win-win for us as a family and for the climate. Finally, I want to say that we are in it together, and no one can row the boat alone. That means that no person can do this alone. It's crucial with involvement and to encourage everybody at all levels in your organization to make it a sport to reduce your carbon footprint. Maybe a workshop for staff members will be a good start for your organization. Thank you for your attention. The ball is yours. And as you heard Sir David Attenborough say in the film, the time is now.
Thanks a lot, Dorte. I invite now Mr. Parga to his presentation. Can you open the mic, please?
Hello. Thank you, Gustavo. Thank you, Dorte. President of the IOC, distinguished members of the Olympic movement, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In 2017, my president, Alejandro Blanco, just launched me a challenge. He wanted to increase revenues and brand recognition. So we looked into new ideas, and this was our inspiration, Albert Einstein. If you want different results, do not do the same thing. And this is what we did. And we start asking to ourselves questions. And sometimes you have to ask to yourself simple questions to find the simple answers. At that time, we had to go to back to our childhood. Kids question everything, and this was our process. So the objective of this is to identify what was needed in our sponsorship network. And at that time, there were 3 topics that all the board of directors of all the top-ranked companies in Spain were thinking about. The first one was gender equality, the second was innovation, and the third, sustainability, of course, besides the business development. And we asked us a question. So the thing was to put together sustainability and sport. So we asked to ourselves what we can do for our planet. And we found an answer. And we defined a sustainability strategy. By that time, we were very lucky. We are talking in 2017. We had the Agenda 2020 of the IOC, which gave us a great framework to start, and the sustainability strategy of the IOC. But at the same time, we have the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So we define this strategy from 3 points of view: social, environmental, and economic. Let me just share with you a video that summarizes our strategy. Video, please.
Since the beginning of time, mankind and nature have lived in perfect harmony. But in the last few decades, this balance is changing. We are facing one of the biggest challenges to humanity. It is time to reinforce our values, raise our principles. Because Olympism has always been more than sport. It's willingness to improve, perseverance in adversity, fighting for the gold. At the Spanish Olympic Committee, we aim to reach high. Our goal is to fight for a better world, and we do it following these 6 strategic sustainability lines. We believe that sport is the best means to adopt an active and healthy lifestyle. The way you consume defines yourself. At the Spanish NOC, we use only renewable energy. We promote sustainable mobility in all our operations, reducing CO2 emissions and minimizing our carbon footprint. It is unnecessary to use natural resources indiscriminately. We consider that waste can be a resource. We believe in digital transformation as the best driver for sustainable model, making better and more with less resources. Sport as a tool for women and girls' empowerment. It's a matter of fair play. Olympic values will help us reach the best version of ourselves. Between all of us, we have to change the rules of the game. No one said this would be an easy race, but running it together is a must. Shoulder to shoulder, side by side, victory after victory. Spanish Olympic Committee, the best race doesn't leave a footprint.
We are sustainable sport. The best race doesn't leave a footprint. This is our claim. And up to now, we have added to these 6 lines of actions that was in 2018, 2019 when we made this video. We have added 2 more lines, which is, one of them is social action, because the sport has to say something about the social action, or the charity that athletes are bringing, and education. Why? Because we are inspiration for others, especially for the youngest generation. And if we pass this message about sustainability and sport, we probably will be much more efficient than any public administration trying to convince the young people to be more sustainable. So we apply these 8 lines of action in 3 spheres of action. It's like we copy the International Olympic Committee strategy. First of all, we have to be ourselves more sustainable in our internal operations, to be an example for others. Second, to the Olympic movement, we have to convince the Spanish federations to be on board. And third, the sport events in Spain. In the video you have seen, you have heard, this race, we don't want to run it alone. We wanted to run it together. And that's why we, from a marketing perspective, we start talking with our partnerships. And we made partnership first with the IOC following the Agenda 2020 and then the Agenda 2020 +5. But we signed for the United Nations Global Compact in 2018. We signed the first NOC signing for the Sports for Climate Action, and we are ambassadors for the European Climate Pact. But we also signed agreements and protocols with the Ministry of Environment in Spain and also with the Federation of Municipalities in Spain. Why? Because we want to go to every single point of Spain. And this, we will get that through the Spanish Federation for municipalities. But this partnership is not just for the public and institutions. We have reached new sponsorship agreement with existing sponsors of the NOC, but we have started new sponsorship relations with other sponsors and other companies. For example, in health and well-being, traditional sponsor of ANOC, Duquesne University, but this is new. Ibereolica is a renewable company for energies. Toyota, we signed the agreement for mobility, but also the railway transportation in Spain, Renfe, circular economy with Ecoembes, digital transformation with Banco Santander, gender equality with Iberdrola, the first top-ranked multinational utility company. Social action, we are talking with different NGOs, and education, we signed an agreement with UNITAR, the agency from the United Nations for training and research. So we need also a global partner, and we copy the IOC, and we, like the IOC had the DAO. So we talked with Banco Santander. It had to be some transversal company that can be applied in all the lines. So we decided that this would be the Banco Santander. So what we have done so far since 2017 up to now, I would like to highlight 4 topics: environment, membership, educational programs, and achievement. Educational is very key, it's key for us. So in 2017, we launched hybrid mobility with Toyota, and we became members of the European IOC Working Group. In 2018, we launched the no plastic in our operations and the waste management and sustainability merchandising. And we became members of the United Nations Global Compact. In 2019, we made the 100% clean energy. We are the first National Olympic Committee consuming 100% of our energy coming from renewable energy. And this has produced a really decrease in our carbon footprint. We launched 2 educational programs. The first program for women empowerment in the sports organizations, and also we made the first sports summit, bringing the IOC, the International Federation, National Federation, athletes, public administrations, and private sector to Madrid to talk about sport and sustainability. And we signed for the Sports for Climate Action, which is a great framework and a great guide to follow. In 2021, we suffered the pandemic, but it reinforced us the message we were passing to society. So we applied the supply chain protocol. We launched the second women program for empowerment, the Sustainable Development Goals educational program online, and we will be hosting the 18th of November, the second summit for sport and sustainability, so you are kindly invited to join us. We signed as ambassadors for the European Climate Pact, and we got 2 recognitions, and the first one was from the IOC that recognized that Spain NOC has made important efforts in reducing scope 1 and 2 in carbon emissions, and the second from Bureau Veritas that certify that our corporate social responsibility is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. So the next question we are always asking to simple question, what is next? Okay, we have done so far all that. So what is next? So let me just share with you the 5 projects that we will launch. The first one is we need to know where we are, not just us, the Spanish NOC, but the Spanish Federation and the Olympic movement in Spain. So we will launch a carbon footprint calculator for scopes 1, 2, and 3 to measure and evaluate the carbon footprint. This, we will do that with 2 partners, the Ministry of Environment of Spain and the Agency for Climate Change for that ministry. The second project we are preparing is once we have how much we generate as carbon emissions, we have to reduce that, to mitigate. There are 2 words here, mitigate and compensation. The mitigation is to reduce that. And we are launching the Sustainable Sport Organization seal that is certified by the Spanish Olympic Committee, and Bureau Veritas will make an audit that all the sport organizations comply with the Sustainable Development Goals, and they are making efforts in order to reduce the carbon footprint. And this we will do it with 3 partners. Banco Santander as a global partner, Bureau Veritas is the audit company, and Planet Fair Play, a consultancy company specialized in this area. But we also will launch another seal for sporting events. Sporting events generate the highest carbon footprint. So this is what we will launch, a guide to apply Sustainable Development Goals in all sport events celebrated in Spain with a COE certificate and a Bureau Veritas audit. This is the mark that we will launch, Evento Deportivo Sostenible, boosted by COE and Banco Santander. And in this case, we will add to the 3 previous partners another one, which is Federación Española de Municipios y Provincias, the Federation for all municipalities. Why? Because all sporting events in Spain are hosted in a city. So we have crossed the sustainability strategy of the Spanish Olympic Committee with the sustainability strategy of a simple municipality or city hall. And they have found that sport is key and a great vehicle to develop their strategy to reduce and comply, the reduce carbon footprint and comply with Agenda 2030. The 4th, we will launch a Spanish Olympic forest. Why? Because we have carbon footprint that we cannot reduce, so we will compensate. And we will do that with 4 partners, the Ministry of Environment, the Office of European Climate Change in Madrid, Banco Santander, and this Federation of Municipalities. It's not going to be one location, it's going to be a multi-location. That means that if you want to compensate your carbon footprint, you just enter into this program, and it can be everywhere, somewhere in Spain. The educational program, as I told you before, is key, so we will launch a train of trainers. We have to go and to amplify our message. So we will teach the teachers, train the trainers, and we will launch an educational programs about the 17 development goals with workshops related to sports, using athletes as ambassadors, and our scope will be kids from 7 to 17 years old. The new leaders, the future leaders. And we will launch a pilot in Malaga schools to be scaled up to the rest of the school in Spain in 6 years' time. And our partners will be the ministry again, Iberdrola, the partner for education as well, and UNITAR, the United Nations for training and research. I would like to give you a message, to leave a message with you that Albert Einstein said, a person who never made a mistake, never tried anything new. So we started in 2017, we made the mistakes. You don't have to make any more mistakes. We have already done it for you. We have ready a roadmap, a clear roadmap that brought us brand recognition and new revenues. The objective that my president put me on the table. But a very important thing is that we are a key player in sustainability in Spain now. Sport is a key player. We are a key vehicle to pass those messages. So please take the challenge. And as in Tokyo 2020 they were saying, together we will be stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel and Dorte. These are two examples of how the NOCs can react and build their projects on sustainability and make a difference and spread the message around our societies. It may seem overwhelming. It is a big effort, but there are ways to do it simpler, and the IOC and ANOC wants to help you. So Julie can explain what she has done with the NOC so far, and now together with ANOC what we can do in the future. Julie, if you can join us for this last slide.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay this time?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Gustavo. First, I'd like to say that you are not going to be alone on this journey. We have stepped up our support system for you as NOCs in the topic of carbon management. Through our overall 2021 to 2025 objectives, we will also be linking the objectives on sustainability to a monitoring framework that we are currently co-developing with Olympic Solidarity. Both ourselves at the IOC and together with ANOC are going to help you implement climate action within and through your NOCs and your countries. How we will do this? We will do this by dedicated Olympic Solidarity funding through the Olympic Values Programme. We offer one-to-one support to all NOCs, so any of you who want to learn more about this and take action, please do get in touch, either with myself or James or any of the team that are with you in Crete. We offer guidance and toolkits accessible for all levels of NOCs, and we will be doing them in multiple languages. And effective immediately, we are creating dedicated working groups to walk you through what you need to do on a step-by-step basis for all different levels. For those of you who have already joined the Sports for Climate Action Framework, but also for those who are at the beginning of the journey and want to know more about it. So just to take a note that we are with you through this journey, and thank you very much for all of you for taking action. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. And this last slide is just to inform you that this is the first ANOC General Assembly that is carbon neutral. And together with one tree planted, one tree will be planted for every single participant that was registered in this event, so both present and also virtual. And in partnership with the Greek organization Oloi Mazi Baroume, we are going to plant an additional 5,000 trees here in Greece. And with that, we conclude, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gustavo, and your fellow presenters on this very important topic, which will be discussed further by our leaders in Glasgow in the coming week. Any questions or comments that anybody would like to make? Okay. No, it appears that there were very good presentations that created a lot of ideas and thoughts as to what we might be able to do to support the work that's currently being put forward by the IOC and our partners. So thank you, Gustavo, and to our colleagues from Sweden, Denmark, and the IOC for taking part in this discussion. This brings us to the end of all of our formal presentations. As usual in our meetings, we draw up a series of resolutions that we'd like the Assembly to approve. Traditionally, we circulate the paper, but as you know, that was not part of our aim for this General Assembly. So it'll be projected on the screen, and then we'll go through it to approve before closing the General Assembly. We've spoken with the restaurant to extend the hours for lunch, which probably merge into afternoon tea and dinner, but that should be available. And for those of you that are traveling, hope that you've been able to do and work from the Assembly as to the work that needs to continue. I think we're a bit ambitious looking at finishing a bit early, but there's so much to share. And so I'll come back and close the meeting with appreciation and hand over to Gunilla, please.
I'll try again, and we have finished the resolution from the 2 days' work here, and I will ask Jan again to read the points, as I'm afraid my voice is not so much better than yesterday. So, Jan, please.
Thank you. Resolutions of the 25th ANOC General Assembly in Crete in 2021. In spite of the ongoing pandemic, ANOC successfully delivered the 25th ANOC General Assembly in Crete, Greece, on the 24th and 25th of October 2021. Thanks to the Hellenic Government and the Hellenic Olympic Committee, 148 NOCs were present at the meeting, and 57 NOCs connected virtually. The ANOC General Assembly agreed the following resolutions. ANOC congratulates the Hellenic Olympic Committee and its President, Spiros Kopralos, as well as the Hellenic Government and its Deputy Minister of Sport, Mr. Lefterios Avianakis, for the excellent support of the ongoing organisation during the preparations of the ANOC meetings in Greece. ANOC thanks the IOC and its President, Thomas Bach, for addressing the ANOC General Assembly and updating the NOCs on important activities during the past 2 years. The IOC President specifically thanked the 205 NOCs and their athletes for their support and solidarity during the pandemic difficulties. This support was extremely important when postponing the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games to 2021. The 205 NOCs reiterated their commitment to the non-politicization of sport. Like the recent Olympic Games in Tokyo, the Beijing 2022 Olympic Winter Games will bring the world together again in the spirit of hope, peace, and solidarity. The Olympic Games are a powerful symbol of diversity, inclusion, and non-discrimination, with athletes from all races, religions, ethnicities, and cultures competing with each other and living together in harmony. The ANOC General Assembly also heard the ANOC Acting President's report regarding the discussions in FIFA proposing to hold the FIFA World Cup every second year. The members of the ANOC General Assembly discussed the impact this proposal would have on the NOCs and the other sports in their countries, which resulted in a decision to make the following statement. The 205 NOCs share the concerns voiced by many within the sports movement that FIFA's plan to change the football calendar and to hold the World Cup every 2 years will pose a great threat to the survival of many sports other than football that are under the NOC's responsibility. The proposals tabled by FIFA will increase the congestion of the global sporting calendar. This will give a negative impact on sports events organized by the national member federations of NOCs, as well as regional and continental games under the authority of the NOCs. Furthermore, it will negatively impact the football athletes' welfare. The NOCs noted the lack of consultation by FIFA in this process, in particular with regards to the IOC, and that showed a regrettable lack of solidarity and respect to other sports. ANOC supports the report of the ANOC Acting President, Dr. Robin Mitchell, highlighting the ANOC activities for the past 2 years. The ANOC General Assembly also acknowledged the statement from Dr. Mitchell regarding the ANOC elections for the term 2022 to 2026, for which she has decided to be a candidate. The ANOC General Assembly approved the report of the ANOC Secretary General, Mrs. Gunilla Lindberg, which outlines the important activities which have taken place over the last 2 years, which have strengthened the voice of the NOCs in the Olympic movement. The following actions were approved and supported by the NOCs. To work to finalize as soon as possible the MOU with ASOIF, the Continental Associations, and ANOC regarding the quest from ANOC and the continents to be able to include more Olympic qualifications as part of the Continental Games and the ANOC World Beach Games. To acknowledge the initiative to help the NOCs to improve their social media activities through seminars and exchange of knowledge and experience. The 205 NOCs welcomed the IOC's commitment to reduce its direct and indirect greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030. The NOCs pledged to engage with the UN Support for Climate Action Framework and apply similar reductions in their greenhouse gas emissions. And finally, to support the initiatives taken by the ANOC regarding sustainability measures and to help to spread the message to all 205 NOCs and the organizations for all upcoming ANOC events, including the ANOC World Beach Games. The ANOC General Assembly heard the report from the ANOC Finance Commission and approved the 2019 and 2020 audited financial statements, as no ANOC General Assembly could be held in 2020. The ANOC General Assembly endorsed the 2021 to 2024 budget as approved by the ANOC Executive Council. The ANOC General Assembly was informed that the audited financial statements are prepared in accordance with the relevant financial standards and Swiss law. The ANOC General Assembly approved the reports of its different commissions and congratulated the chairs of the commissions for their excellent work. The ANOC General Assembly approved the decision taken by the ANOC Executive Council to approve the ANOC Events Commission report regarding the procedure and process to appoint the upcoming host for the ANOC World Beach Games for 2023, 25 and 27, and approved for the ANOC Evaluation Commission to start work with the candidate for 2023. This is the Indonesian Olympic Committee. Candidates for the 2025 and 2027 Games will be studied during the upcoming year. The Tokyo Organizing Committee and its CEO, Mr. Muto, gave its final report to the ANOC General Assembly and thanked the IOC, OCOG governments, the IFs and the NOCs for their excellent cooperation in such difficult circumstances. The Organizing Committee specifically thanked the IOC COCOM, ANOC, the NOCs and the IFs for their understanding and contribution. Many NOCs, both in the room and virtually, thanked the Organizing Committee for their excellent work in delivering Tokyo 2020. The ANOC General Assembly heard the report from the Organizing Committee of Beijing 2022 regarding the preparations for the Games, which will also be held under strict COVID restrictions. The ANOC General Assembly heard a presentation from the OCOG of Paris regarding the preparations for the upcoming Games in 2024. The preparations are going well and no major challenges were reported. The ANOC General Assembly heard an update from the IOC administration and its Director General, Mr. Christophe de Kepper, who reported on the progress for Olympic Agenda 2020 and Olympic Agenda 2020 +5. Mr. de Kepper specifically mentioned the new concept regarding the hospitality program and the qualification rules for the Olympic Games. The new chair of the IOC Athletes Commission, Mrs. Emma Terho, gave an update of the work of the Commission and the cooperation with the ANOC Athletes Commission and was congratulated for the good work. The ANOC General Assembly heard a thorough update from the Director of Olympic Solidarity and NOC Services, Mr. James McLeod, about the activities and relations with the NOCs. And finally, the ANOC General Assembly approved the decision of the ANOC Executive Council to organize the 26th ANOC General Assembly in Seoul, Korea, from the 17th to the 21st of October, 2022.
We will email you the resolutions this afternoon, and then we will also translate it next week, so everybody has a copy of this resolution. Or if somebody has any questions or comments. Yes. I can't see. Number?
Thank you, Gunilla.
Ethiopia wants the floor.
Thank you. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the Hellenic Olympic Committee and the people and government of Greece who extended this warm hospitality and gesture to our Olympic family. And also, I would like to thank the acting president and its leadership, his team, for the wonderful job which was done. I have one concern on the issue of FIFA. FIFA, we heard, of course, that they want to hold the competitions every 2 years. But also, we know FIFA was usually treated in a special, unique way in past. It's the only international federation which is represented by U23, under 23, and plus maybe 4 above players. It's my also considered view, there was reason to treat them in that way. FIFA, first of all, they are injecting a lot of money, millions of dollars, in each and every national federations. There are so many crowds, so much power in each and every country. I think we cannot deal things in this way with FIFA. We need to invite them, to talk to them, to listen from their side also, to listen from their part. Otherwise, if we will pass some unilateral decisions, it won't be appropriate. We know our President, His Excellency Thomas Bach, is a very good negotiator. He can talk to them. And also for this House, for this ANOC, do we have that much competitions other than beach game to pass these resolutions? Why all that? Why should we go against the international federations? Who is supporting the national federations very highly? In my case, if I go home and talk to national federations, I will have a problem personally. And I think many African countries were facing the same problem. So the best way is to negotiate, to talk to them, listen from their side. That will be the best way. I thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Prince Faisal.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. With respect to what our dear colleague said, I think the concern is not that we haven't tried to reach out and talk to FIFA, but FIFA took a unilateral decision in announcing this change. And if there was an interest in discussing it, then they should have discussed it with all the sporting community and said, we are interested in doing this. And what is your feedback? But accordingly, they took the decision to present this without any form of consultation. And I think that was quite clearly stated in the resolution, that it's not that we're questioning whether this is the right decision or wrong. What we're questioning is the mechanism that was used, and that raises concern. If you disregard all the other sports and all the other NOCs in this way, I think that it's not showing of good faith. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Prince Faisal. St. Lucia. Oh, I beg your pardon. St. Lucia, virtual request for the floor. Alfred Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting President. Well, it's morning here, but a pleasant good afternoon to all in Crete. Mr. President, before the meeting comes to a close, there is an issue I would like to put on the floor. Some years ago, when it came to the election of the ANOC Executive Council, we had the issue surrounding Sheikh Ahmed. He was the only candidate standing for the presidency. And at the time, because of some legal issues, decided to withdraw or put his candidacy on hold. Hence, you slipped into the chair as acting president. Now you have been acting president for a number of years. Sheikh Ahmed's issue has been dealt with in the Swiss courts. We know the outcome of the issue, but Sheikh Ahmed also has a right to appeal, which he said that he will appeal. Now, our organization does not have any holding on the Swiss court. And as such, we're in no position to know when Sheikh Ahmed's appeal will be dealt with. But next year, we have an impending election within ANOC. I wouldn't want us to wait until next year. The Swiss court is still outstanding, Sheikh Ahmed's appeal, and we find ourselves in a similar situation. I am saying the time is now for us to address this issue. Let us take some firm positions on what will happen next year in the case that if Sheikh Ahmed's appeal is still before the High Courts. So everybody, including Sheikh Ahmed, would know upfront what the position of the organization is. And God willing, we can go forward with an elected president next year and not one sitting in the chair acting. I hope we can have some discussion on that before you bring the assembly to a close. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your intervention. I think the intent of first of all, what we did was to set a date for the election next year. When we met in Qatar, there was a decision that I slip into the chair until 2024 and 2022, sorry. The intention of that article that was listed that you described was to confirm the date. What was added was my intention to contest the election, but the election process has not started. And if necessary, we can also remove that. But the floor is always open, and there's a process in terms of nominations for the elections. We take your point, and then we will deal with it as the Secretariat goes through the paperwork for the election itself. Uganda, you had the floor.
Thank you, Acting President. I just wanted to address myself to two issues on the resolutions. One is on the audit, because if I recall correctly, we need to formally, the recommendation should indicate that the audit report was approved. I think that is something that you just need to clarify. And also on the issue of digitalization and social media, we talked extensively about it, and I think this should be reflected in the recommendations in terms of NOCs embracing further social media and also social, what you call social media attaches would be my addition to the good recommendations made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Uganda will make the corrections as you suggested when we do finally publish the agreements that we've come to. Are there any other comments, please? With regards to the intervention from Ethiopia, I think it was, in terms of FIFA and the process. Perhaps if I just say that the discussions have been made, an offer to talk has also been made, but that hasn't come back from FIFA. I think the Assembly as a whole looks to a resolution of the very busy calendar for all sports, and I think all international federations are also involved in trying to work out how best we fit in the calendar for the next few years in terms of sport. It's an issue that we've talked with the federations for the last 2 or 3 years, but still recognize that it's a work in progress that we need to do. So communications and discussions with FIFA will continue, but I believe that the way we presented it in the resolution is an overall view of most of the NOCs that are here that we need to resolve and continue the discussions with FIFA if they would like to do the discussions rather than already mandated for an every 2-year cycle. Other comments from the floor, please, before we finish the resolution? President, did you want to say something? For the discussion? No? Okay. Okay, I'll hand back to Gunilla to finish off with the resolutions. And
Thank you for the comments. Regarding Uganda and the financial statements, I think it is in the text that it was approved. But we will look at every sentence and see that it is according to your comments. For the social media, we put the second paragraph for the activities to follow up and the social media, and also to work with the NOCs for the seminars and workshops in the future. If you're happy with that, or shall we put additional information, but it's in the resolution already. Okay. Good. So then we can approve the resolution, and it will be sent out to you this afternoon via email, as we are not using papers anymore. Is it approved?
Thank you very much, Gunilla, and thank you all for your involvement and participation in the meeting. It's appropriate at this time that I thank those that have helped the Assembly to where we're at the moment, the successful conclusion of a meeting with a lot of discussion, etc. First of all, I'd like to thank our host, the President of the Hellenic Olympic Committee, Spiros Kapralos, and his excellent team in Athens, and many supporters here in Crete. Spiros, you've made us feel so much at home here in the beautiful island of Crete. And I know that many of us have traveled many hours and airports to get here, but the welcome was there as soon as we arrived on island. You're in the fortunate position that you had the support of the government, and in particular the Minister of Sport, who was very actively involved in bringing us from Athens to Crete, but also contributed financially to the success of this meeting and in its demonstrations of the cultural side of an island that he is very proud of, and which we are very privileged to visit, enjoy the culture and the food and the dancing of the people of Crete. We also like to thank the Hellenic Olympic Committee and the Minister as well to help the arrangements that were thought of by the ANOC, particularly in the awards evening, which was planned by our ANOC staff, and the dinner, which, as you all enjoyed last night, really was with the full support of Spiros and the Minister. For this particular conference, the interpreters play a key role, and thank you to the folks at the back to allow communication to continue in the languages that we don't speak. And also the technical team who's had to sort out an arrangement in a room that's probably not as wide as we used to for the number of delegates that we have. but maintaining a very high standard of the sound system and the technology to allow the 148 NOCs here in Crete, as well as the 47 NOCs online, attending and contributing to the program. Volunteers locally were very, very helpful and very important in the success of this meeting, particularly those from Athens and here in Crete, but also staff from the continental federations were here to help the ANOC staff to deliver the services. So thanks to our volunteers, and I think they all deserve a clap as well. Thank you to President Bach and the IOC team that are here. He's always available to you in terms of making the time to speak with you about your issues and your support that continues to come. Thank you, President Bach and the IOC staff that are here. And also to the management of Crete Maris Beach Resort. It's been a wonderful atmosphere to be here, very flexible in how they work with us, extending services when we run over time. But it's been a very good meeting, and I hope you've enjoyed your stay here in Crete. In terms of communication with IOC, I am, by the way, your representative on the IOC Executive Board. The information from the NOCs at the moment come from ANOC and from the Solidarity team and the NOC Relations team. But if you feel you have an issue, you can please contact me directly, and we'll provide my contacts through the ANOC newsletter. So we've come to an end of another General Assembly. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you to the NOCs online as well for staying with us and contributing. But I think we can all give ourselves a clap, and to our hosts, and enjoy the rest of your stay here in Crete. Safe travels home, and we'll see you soon in Beijing for those that are going. I declare the meeting closed, and thank you very much, everybody.
On your way out, don't forget to weigh yourself and to see whether 3 kilos are there or not.